So good test session last night. We had a number of cars and bikes out here testing. But today's race day. And we see our feature bracket here this weekend as well, of course. Our exhibition class, the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro funny cars. They'll be out a little bit later this afternoon. They'll be on at 4, 6 and 8 o'clock. So great to have those guys here. A real treat. Great show to watch. So 4 o'clock we see them on track the first time today. We got some huge support brackets. Once again, great to see so many races here. A lot of races have towed to be races and crews and families. So great to have them here as well. So for all our brackets, we'll have 3 rounds of qualifying for each racer. Top qualifier today, we're going to determine on the very first qualifier for each racer. So their reaction time in the first qualifying run for each racer, that'll determine our seeding order. And our top qualifier, we'll have top qualifier presentation at 3 o'clock. We'll have some special guests here too at 3 o'clock. And a little bit of break for our officials. And then once again, the funny cars will come out at 4 o'clock. So not only if you're here, but if you're on the Overtaking Lane, big shout out to the boys from the Overtaking Lane here, live streaming this weekend. Great to have those guys here as well. Really positive feedback about the live stream last night. Looked real clear. And we had people tuning in from all over. We had someone from Poland, the UK. We had Mopar Man from the US. But plenty of views of testing last night. We're going to get plenty more today, I can tell you. So shout out again to all the crew here. The place looks fantastic as always. So it's not only what you see here on race day from all the track crew and all the officials and volunteers here. It's what the work that goes on behind the scenes. I can assure you appreciate. This is a big area to mow. Mowing takes a lot of effort. And the place looks fantastic, and I can tell you there's other venues around that don't have much grass. I can tell you that. So the place always looks fantastic here. We're just about ready to go. We'll pull the first qualifiers out first. That'll be our junior dragsters. They're up first. Super Street next. Mod Bike, our third bracket. So Super Street, junior dragster, Super Street, we need the lanes. We're going to start with junior dragster. We've got our biggest field in junior dragster for a while. I think we got 7 entered, which is great. All right, another call for our junior drags. So we got one only there. We need the other guys there, please. So junior drags to the lanes, please. All right, so the other thing we're doing here this weekend, we're running all brackets over 1,000 foot. So in the old school, that's 3/4 distance. You can see the big Aeroflow flags on either side of the wall down there where the blue markers are. And that's our 1,000 foot markers. So all brackets running over that distance this weekend. So Junior Dragster's first up this weekend. All right, so we got a racer in need already. We got a racer in need. We need some 15-inch slicks. Anyway, got some slicks for Harry's Ute for the 1-tonner. We need some 15-inch slicks for that car. If anyone's got something that they can help the guys out, so go and see Harry or Nathan. All right, we're just about ready to go. Junior Dragster's going to be out here first. Yeah, juniors are aged between 8 and 17. And once again, we got a good mix here this weekend. And like I said, biggest field we've seen for a while. 7 Junior Dragsters here this weekend. And the young ladies outnumbering the boys this weekend again, so which is always great to see. So big shout out to all you guys that are here. Don't forget, we got plenty of vendors here this weekend, food vendors and drinks. We got Ida's Kebabs down the back there. We got the Fat Gyms, and I can recommend all these because I've had them all, you know it. Pete's further down the hill, down the middle of the hill there. You got the Dagwood dogs and all the good stuff down there, the hot chips, chicken nuggets, all the main food groups. Got the ice cream van down there as well. Don't forget the canteens there. We got a little bit later, not serving yet. We got adult lemonades down there. A little bit later on. Junior Dragsters up first. Clayton Gorman, Flynn Narensky. So young Flynn come out here, did a couple of passes last night, was very sharp on the trees, a little bit sharp this morning. So both C Junior Dragsters, both these cars heavily restricted because of their age. We see a 12.16 for Flynn, which is good. And Clayton Gorman goes 11.92, which is right on the borderline, but so the team can go back, make a little adjustment to that car for the next qualifier. But once again, all our qualifying, our top qualifier will be determined by the best reaction time in round one of qualifying. So unfortunately, young Flynn threw a red light there. Young Clayton had a bit of a snooze. 3.25 on the tree. Great to see this new crop of racers coming through. A couple more C Junior Dragsters here. We got Charlie Narensky, the other young lady from the family, and Ruby Summer. So for Summer family racing, young Dad's out the front. Steve calling him in. He'll be racing a little bit later on in the Trans Am. Charlie in the Coal Rock lane. Oh, both the girls a little bit keen to get away. Red lights either side as well. So it's going to make it qualifying interesting with this pair. So C Juniors. So Ruby's right there about where she needs to be. 12.19, 12.43 for Charlie. So the door's still open for top qualifier. Out of 4 passes, we've seen 3 red lights. All the kids pretty keen to get away, and we saw young Clayton. Well, he's left the door open a little bit for someone to sneak through here. Will it be Ashley Pinkstone? Could it be Grace Summer? Ashley Pinkstone, SCG Race Parts. Flat Racing will come out here, did a couple of 7-second passes, 7.90 passes last night. So she's at the sharper end of the field in terms of ET. Grace Summer right there with her. A Junior Dragster for Grace. Deep into the low 8s. So Dad again doing double duty out here, Steve. Grace in the full tilt transport lane on the tower side here. Ashley Pinkstone. She's in there, ready to go. Another couple of red lights. Oh, the kids are keen this afternoon. 8.14 for Grace, 8.07. 8.07 for Ashley. So once again, so we've had 6 passes, we've had 5 red lights. Is that it? We got the 6, that's it. Would you believe? Clayton Gorman looks like, I'm going to leave it to the powers that be, but Clayton Gorman could be your number 1 qualifier with a 3.25 light because all the other races went red. Juniors never fail to entertain. Mod bike, you need in the lanes if you're not already. Competition, first call to the lanes, competition for qualifier 1. The Super Street comes out in front of us here. Super Street brought to us by Empire Trailer Hire this weekend, their local trailer hire company. Great to have those guys on board as we see Josh Moore and Daniel Dodds. So the VH Commodore, wagon for Dodds. Josh Moore in the other lane. The Performance Parts Plus. Cortina, and they get to 1,000 foot. 10.02 for Josh. Daniel went 10.43. But not great reaction times for either races there. Couple of wily veterans up next. Ronnie Shaw, Errol Younger. So Errol in the Tirana, Ronnie Shaw in the Grasshopper, HQ Ute. Got a 308 engine, both sides of the tree here. Holden all the way. 386, bit slow for Ronnie Shaw. Errol Younger, 131. That'll put his nose in front at the moment in qualifying. 10.79 for him, 10.61 for Ron Shaw. So 131, the reaction time to beat in Super Street so far. Check this out. It's a big Chevy battle. The Silverado is Dallas Everett. On the tower side, the big Chevy in the other lane is Harry Thwaite. He had the XR6 Falcon ready to go for the weekend. Another call for competition. Competition to the lanes, please. Competition to the lanes as we watch the big Chevys head down the track. Dallas Everett for Regional Energy. 13.11 and a 13.85. It's about 7 tonne combined, just went down the racetrack. Empire Trailer Hire, Super Street. Competition, the lanes, please. Competition, Super Comp, get ready. So Errol Younger sitting in the hot seat at the moment with a 131 reaction. Still a bit of room there for someone to sneak by. Angelo Cesari, can he do it? The LS powered Monaro. So a few issues out there for Cesari. Sounded like it was almost starving of fuel or something going on, but 197 on the tree. Won't help his cause. I'm going to say Errol Younger could be our top qualifier there. Wait for the sheet to come through. It'll be through shortly. Big shout out to Brett at Learn to Ride Mackay. He runs his classes at the very end of the track there. If you look down there, you can see a couple of containers. Brett from Learn to Ride runs his motorcycle training courses right here at the track at Palmyra, and he's a sponsor of Mod Bike this weekend as we watch Cam Horn and Craig Ratelli. Craig Ratelli goes 006 on the tree and says, come and catch me, guys. 006 on the tree for Ratelli. Cam Horn went 04. Which is a solid reaction time, but next to Craig Ratelli's 006. It's not going to cut it. 985, 931 for Craig Ratelli on the little Triumph. Tough benchmark to beat. 006 from Craig Ratelli. Lace Skinner going to take on Vanessa Rodman. Kawasaki takes on Suzuki. both on the backup bikes. The race bikes are parked at the moment. They're on the street bike. Lay Skinner had a shot at the tree, went 003 red. 3 thousandths of a second too early on the start line, 881 at 207. Rodman beside him went 883, so 881, 883 side by side. Nice clean pass there for those two. Competition up shortly. Super Comp, we need you there. Super Comp. Super Comp to the lanes, please. As the next pairing rolls up, that's Dean Mason, Wayne Irwin. So the Hayabusa for Dean Mason. And the colourful GSXR 750 for Wayne Irwin. Good field of modified bikes here this weekend. Irwin's some dramas up the start line with that clutch. Just trying to get that clutch set up right. 06, not a bad reaction time for Dean Mason. $897 for Irwin, $883 for Dean Mason. So the Bush are the quicker of the two cars there. Bikes, I should say. So just confirming our top qualifier will be Errol Younger in Super Street. That's the bracket we just ran. We'll see how we go with this one, but with 006 to beat from Craig Ratelli so far. As Team Mott comes to the lane. We got Jacob, we got Michael. Michael on the big Kawasaki here in the full tilt transport lane. Oh, he had a shot at the tree too. 08, pretty solid. Jacob Mott 182 on the Hayabusa beside him. So the Hayabusa went 930, 930, 1222 in the other lane for Michael. That's a big heavy Kawasaki to cruiser. Get down the track. Interesting combination this one. Dougie McMillan, he's on the Harley. We got Justin Brennan beside him on the Ducati. Got that distinctive sound of that dry clutch, that dry open clutch on the Ducati for Justin Brennan. Brennan goes 09 on the tree, but then it looks like he's had some dramas selecting gears, so no joy for him. Dougie McMillan goes 863. 863, 179 for Doug McMillan on the Harley. Jeff Marshall, Janine Marshall, good to have the Marshall family here this weekend. They're from Maryborough from memory, so that's a good drive for those guys. All three of them here this weekend. Janine and Jeff side by side here. Jeff went a little bit early, 016 too early, but Janine, not a bad reaction time for her, 058. She went 1071 at the finish line, 991 in the other lane for Jeff. So that'll round out that one. Competition up next. So a couple of regular races here. We got Dino Gorman, we got Luke Spittle. Been here quite a bit this season. New car we've seen, but he's been here the last few events. The VL Commodore, it's got an LS engine in it. Dino Gorman in the Statesman beside him. Nah, they've spotted something under the Statesman. A little bit of something coming out of the Statesman. They're going to send Dino back, unfortunately for him. But well spotted by the track crew. 359 light, Luke Spittle. They're going to need better than that, I reckon, to get top qualifier. So 972, 172 kilometres an hour. So he's in kilometres an hour here at Palmyra. Again, we're racing a 1,000-foot marker, so three-quarter racetrack. Supercomp to the lanes if you're not already. Supercomp. Race bike. First call for race bike. Supercomp to the lanes. Race bike, get ready. As Kylie O'Reilly comes out, she's next to Lockie Patton, the WH Statesman. Got the belt-driven supercharger on this thing. Bit of a sleeper. Kylie O'Reilly got that very stout little 308 engine in the Mitsubishi. 108 light for Kylie, 163 for Lockie Patton. Kylie gets there first. She goes 878, 188, and a 953 in the other lane for Lockie Patton. Aaron Tees, the unmistakable FG Falcon. He's got a name for it too now. Too easy. Too easy. Teasy. Daniel Liss in the LX Tirana sedan beside edging into stage. Spun the tyres on the hit there for Listy. 05 light in the other lane. Aaron Tees will be up there. 891 for him, 930 for Daniel Liss. Ah, nice smoky burnout. Nothing like it. The two Fords out there. Richard Dorr in Nugget. The coppery bronze coloured XE Falcon. It's got a Stroker Cleveland engine in it. 393 cubes. And then you go in the other lane. You look at Andrew Colley. 440 cubes of Stroker. Serious bit of gear this thing. The XW Falcon Ute. So Richard Dorr pretty sharp on the lights here. Let's see what he can do in his qualifier. Oh, 003. 003 on the tree. Looking pretty. 003, 936 for him. Andrew Colley went 807. 807, that ute does march. But Richard Dorr with a 003. And as the smoke clears, we see two Mustangs down here on the start line. Brad Price, Mark Barraclough, both supercharged, these cars. So Barraclough with the side mount supercharger. Price with the top mount. They both get a pass together here. They'll be very close together at the finish line. Price got away better. But Barraclough coming back at him. Watch this pair as they hit to the 1,000-foot mark. It's Barraclough's on a run here. 837. 837, 864 for Brad Price is a good one, but Barraclough nailed that one. 837, 211 kilometres an hour. Next pairing up, Cody Hargrave, Sean Boucher. So the Commodore with the 400 champ takes on Sean Boucher, who went 006 red. So the wrong side of the tree, unfortunately for Boucher, 6 thousandths of a second too early. 927, 184 for him. Cody Hargraves went 871. So we're going to round it out here with Brett Allgood by the looks of it. He goes 137 in the HX Premier. He went low 9s last night over the 1,000. He went 928 on that one. He went a bit quicker last night. So once again, 3 qualifiers for all their races, 3 qualifying rounds for them to get their qualifying time set. But reaction time in the first qualifier is how we're going to determine the top qualifier. So from memory, 003 from Richard Dorr might be the best we saw there. I'll wait and see. Wait for him to crunch the numbers. Moving to our next bracket here, Supercom. MI Scaffolding. They're selling wait 10 years in 2022 and they're a great supporter out here. It's a good local pairing here. CQ Rotary's own Rob Caddy, the Mazda RX2. 13B. Rotary, it's a twin rotor with a big turbocharger. Dave Shee beside him. No power adder, all aspirated. Coyote powered Mustang. So broke a CV shaft last night. That's all right, he's got spares at home, back in the workshop. Got it fixed back out here again today. Rob Caddy had a good day yesterday in testing. So the rotary car, listen to it up on the... No, he's lost fire. She'll get away, red light for him, had a shot at the tree, but on a clean bus. She went 760, 213, Caddy goes 711. 711, 238. All their brackets running Chicago shootout this weekend. That means all races get 3 rounds of racing, no eliminations. 3 rounds of racing. We look at the results from the 3 rounds and determine our finalists. We'll run them a bit later on tonight, obviously. A little bit of prize money and some fantastic trophies on offer this weekend. All right. A bit of supercharge action. Rod Scanlon in the blown income. Big block Chev powered altered. Dale Sonigan beside him. That beautiful Commodore. 632 cubes of big block Chev. Good to see Rod Scanlon here. Oh, how about the burnout from Sonigan? Sono, turning it on. Getting the heat in the tyres. And Rod Scanlon beside him. Now, keep an eye on Sono. He knows how to crack a light on the start line. He'll be a contender, no doubt. Rod Scanlon just looking to get more passes in this altered. Looks like we're ready to go with both races here. Rod Skeelan in the Alta, Dale Sonigan in the VT Club Sport. Oh, Soto went 0.27, but looked like it turned the tyres. Scanlon with a couple of little pedals out there goes 591. 591, 275 for Rod Scanlon. Good speed, 275. Dale Sonigan, 849. Had a little bit of a rattle. Actually, you can see the chatter marks there on the start line in the left-hand lane. That's our Coal Rock lane for Dale Sonigan. All right, some more blown action, some more supercharged action. This time it's the Trans Am for Simon Daly. Oh, the car hooked up a little bit and jumped to the side. He had to get out of it. Dallas Everett beside him. Big block Chev powered, 558 cubes. So the radioactive Pontiac Trans Am, 509 cubes, a big block Chev for Simon Daly. You can't miss that thing. Dallas Everett beside him in the Alton. The open car, you can see Dallas in there in the roll cage with the race face on. Dallas Everett can cut a light too. Let's have a look at this one. 0-2 from Sono in the first qualifier there. Let's see if Everett can beat that. Oh, Kenny White, he goes 006. Daly starts a march now, gets to 1,040, goes 610. No shoots from Daly. Let's see if he gets that thing pulled up. He might. Oh, he's got good brakes, no problems. That's why we run to 1,000 feet to give you a little bit extra to pull up. 610, 272. Dallas Everett went 006 on the tree, 614 at 269. So 006 to beat. Greg Crane. Good to see Greg Crane here. Haven't seen Greg for a while. 408 cubes of Mopar in the Alta, the Bantam body. Got the little wing on the top of the roll cage there. Adam McNichol. The Pontiac Grand Am, 732 cubes of big block. Biggest engine on the property. Steering the car for Laurie Galliano. So McNichol, watch for McNichol here. He's got 006 to beat. He just saw Dallas Everett do that. No, 130. Very uncharacteristic for Adam McNichol. Still going to get a clean pass in here. Goes 633 at 270. But the reaction time for Adam McNichol, he'd be very disappointed with, I can tell you. Greg Crane, 755, 205. Got that one down there. Huge Supercom field this weekend. MI Scaffolding, our bracket sponsor. Great to have them on board. And race bike to the lanes, please, if you're not already. Race bike to the lanes. And juniors, get ready for second qualifier. Greg Horton, the Falcon. Gary Smith, the Alton. Oh, 001 light for Greg Horton. He went 1,000ths of a second off perfect. How about that? 7:39, 2:25 for Greg Horton. Gary Smith, 7:15. But Dallas Everett when 006 was looking pretty good at the top of the pile there. Greg Horton says, hey, take that one. 001. It would take a perfect reaction time to beat Greg Horton for top qualifier. Darren Garricky. Great combination in this Super Comp bracket. We've got a turbocharged 6-cylinder Skyline against a big block Chev powered dragster. Both great looking cars. Look at that dragster for Gavin List. So two totally different ways to race Super Comp here. Darren Garricky. See the turbocharged car. He'll come up in the pre-stage, start to bring the boost up. He'll use the bump box to bump the car forward. Oh, Gavin List had a swing, went 006 red. 006 red for Gavin List. He knew he had to go for it. Darren Garricky, 7:49, 2:22 for him. List went 6:29, a 2:55. Big speed for the dragster. All right, here we go. All right, not going to talk over a 20B powered RX-7. That's Aaron Strong. So the guys come out here, put in a handful of passes last night. A few little issues, but they're starting to head in the right direction. A few more changes to the car today. Brad Turner, the big block powered Alton. He's using cubes. Aaron Strong using a big turbocharger, hanging off the side of a rotary. So still some drag the clutch there, but he's getting down the track there. 210 for Aaron Strong. And a cloud of clutch smoke. Brad Turner, 950, 167. All right, a couple of solos here because we've got a couple of races that are still licensing. One of them is not this guy. Stephen Summer just got a solo here, but we know Stephen Summer, a very seasoned racer. It's a high revving small block Chev in this car for Stephen Summer, the Pontiac Trans Am. Busy man this weekend. 2 junior dragsters, the crew chief on. And also his own car here. Three, solid light, but oh, that's not the gear he was looking for. Got out there, didn't want to shift gears. So you can hear the car hold up on the revs there for a bit before he shut it off. Didn't want to pick a gear there for Stephen Summer. All right, here is one of our cars licensing this weekend. This beautiful Mopar Charger. Aaron Smith. All right, you can see the car there. Wanted to just hook up. Didn't want to turn the tyres at all. It's nice and sticky out there on the start line today. So the track crew's done a fantastic job again. It's a great looking car with a lot of history, this one. One of the old owners, Bob Rochelle, hopefully tuning in on the live stream. He said he would. So still trying to get a hold of this car, hopefully he can get his licence and procedures out of the way with this pass. Just needs one clean full pass underway. At the discretion of the stewards. So the car dragged through the beams there. Clutch just dragged him through the beams as he started to bring the revs up. All right, so the team's going to push the car away. Some kind of issue there. That clutch just wanted to drag that car off the start line as soon as he brought the revs up. So I'm going to push him back, take it back to the pits, have another look at that. This weekend. Ben? So joint effort here. Lee Anderson with the car. Craig Chapman with the driveline. So this is a quality car. It's an ex-pro stock car. And you get a very stout Barra turbocharged engine and driveline. Drop it into this lightweight car. And it's already shown some good numbers yesterday on its first few passes. And still in the licensing procedure. If he gets a clean one in here, he might get the tick. So Chapman's run for a number of years. FG Falcon Ute out of Townsville with the turbocharged Barra engine. So just the weight difference alone be a big difference. Here we go. So still fairly sedate on the start line. A nice clean pass. Goes through the 1,000 foot there. 771 at 220. So plenty of potential, that's for sure. Race bike up now. Juniors to the lanes for qualifier 2. Juniors to the lanes for qualifier 2. It's our race bike bracket coming around now. So I'd say Supercom. It'll be hard to go past the 001 from Greg Horton. So our final bracket here in the first qualifier. Once again, we're determining our top qualifier from round 1 of qualifying for each bracket. Dale Marshall, Russell Bell. So the current 2022 Suzuki Hayabusa for Dale Marshall. Russell Bell on the ZX10 Kawasaki. Oh, nice shot from Bell. He sets the benchmark with an 06. Goes 7:48, 2:18 for him. Dale Marshall went 0.36 too early. Another call for Junior Drags to the lanes, please. Junior Drags to the lanes and Super Street. Super Street to the lanes. So Junior Drags to Super Street to the lanes as we watch Greg Martin and Lisa Skinner. So Skinner on in the full tilt transport lane, tower side here. The Honda CBR 1000. The black and pink colour scheme. Greg Martin on the Kawasaki, the blue bike. He's got a couple of bikes to pick from, Greg Martin. Skinner went early, went 0.24 and then couldn't find the shift. Greg Martin, 7.43 at 2.20 on the Kawasaki, but you could see the frustration there for Lisa Skinner. Got out there and it didn't want to pick up the next gear. All right, one more bike to go here and race by Rachel Wilkins. The GSX 1100 for H2 Racing. Rachel comes up towards the line on this great looking Suzuki. Wheelie bar bike. Jumped out a little bit on the start line there, had to have a second grab of the clutch. We're going to run us down the middle of the track. She goes 7.97. 7.97, 2.26. So just like that, one qualifier done for all our races. Second round coming up shortly. We're going to kick off with junior dragsters again. Guys, if you're here, please, if you're on our Facebook page or even if you're on Facebook or social media, tag yourself out here at Palmyra. See if we can get some more people out here. Let your friends know that we've got some fantastic action coming. We're just in qualifying at the moment. The funny cars will be on track, and they're a treat. They're a real treat to see. They'll be on track at 4, 6, and 8 o'clock. So let them know, get out here to Palmyra and enjoy the action this afternoon. Big shout out to all our vendors as well. Don't forget we got Fat Jim's over there, the food truck. They got those magic hot dogs and loaded fries. We got the kebab shop. Those qualifying brackets will be sorted. We'll work out our top qualifiers from them. We'll have top qualifier trophy presentation just after 3 as part of our presentation ceremony today. We've got some special guests coming out here at 3 o'clock. We've got a lot of support from the region, in particular the Mackay Regional Council have been fantastic supporting Palmyra and this event in particular. So we will have the mayor will be here a little bit later on this afternoon. We got this pair here. We got Ashley Pinkstone and Clayton Gorman. So we're already seeing Pinkstone right at the front of the field there in terms of ET. So junior dragsters, they run a half track, 660 feet, 200 metres. The quick ones go over 130 kilometres an hour. That's one of the quick ones. That's Ashley Pinkstone. She's in the SCG parts car. She goes 799. 799, 130 kilometres an hour. And the 1224 in the other lane for Clayton Gorman. So they got that car sorted nicely as well. 09 on the tree. Ashley went 021. Super Street, if you're not in the lanes, we need you there, Super Street. Mod bike, get ready. Actually, mod bike, you can head around as well. Super Street to the lanes, mod bike to the lanes. Grey Summer. So there you go, Dad Steve. He's just run Super Comp. He's had to jump out of his car, run around with the girls to run junior drags. Steve will be buggered by the time the weekend's done. Charlie Narensky on this side. JB out the front. John Barbagello. Light for Grace, she's away on a quick pass. Charlie went 158 red. A little bit eager to get away. .818 for Grace, 818, 127. Charlie went 1243 at 81. So now the pressure's off in round two because qualifying order's already set from round one. So another Summer Narensky battle here. This time it's Ruby and Flynn. So young Ruby in the C, Flynn in the C as well. So both heavily restricted. They're younger competitors, so they're restricted in how fast these cars can go. 1200 is about where they want to be. Let's see how close they can get to that. Both girls would like to get pretty sharp on the tree. Young Flynn went a little bit early. They all got their racecraft worked out. They know they have to hit that tree. 12.12 for Ruby, 12.18. It's a good side-by-side pass there. 12.12, 12.18. So plenty of preparation going over in the pits here. Plenty of prep going on. The funny cars are doing their prep work before their first run this afternoon at 4 o'clock. So the two Aeroflow cars. We've got the Bandit. We got King Kong. And over there in the pits, we got Stormtrooper. Getting ready as well. All the prep is on him. All hands on deck. As we watch Josh Moore and Angelo Cesari. So Cesari in the Monaro. There in the Cortina. $9.45, $9.51, so those two were side by side all the way down as well. The other good markers at 171 each side. Speed-wise, kilometres per hour. Daniel Dodd, Daryl Younger. He's our number one qualifier in the bracket. He'll get the trophy for that one at the presentations. He went 10.99 there and a 10.32 for Daniel Dodds. Dallas Everett, double duty this weekend. He's got the tow vehicle here in Super Street and got the Altered in Supercom. Ronnie Shaw beside him, the HQU, taking a handful of trophies over the last couple of seasons. Dallas went a little bit too early in the big Chevy. Ronnie Shaw beside him is going to get there first. 10.54, 1.54, and a 12.46 for Dallas. The other tow vehicle, race car. Harrison Thwaite. The Falcon didn't make it. So we raced the tow car, the big Chevy. Wonder if he's got the country music cranking. 12.79, 132 for Harry. So Mod Bike comes out for their second qualifier. If you're not there, you're going to miss it. Competition to the lanes, Supercom getting ready. Mod Bike for Learn to Ride Mackay, Brett and the team. And their classes right here at Palmyra at the far end of the track there. If you're looking for your bike licence locally here in Mackay, here's your man, Brett at Learn to Ride. Cam Horn, Craig Ratelli. NT09 for Cam Horn. A little 675cc Triumph for Craig Ratelli. He goes 942, 177. Cam Horn went 904. So once again, if you're tuning in on the live stream, brought to you by the Overtaking Lane. The boys are doing a fantastic job. Great to have them here again at Palmyra, showcasing our little track. Mason, Vanessa Rodman out there. So the Hayabusa for Mason. And that little 750, Vanessa Rodman got that screaming to an 881 and 196. Mason went 877. On the Hayabusa, Wayne Irwin beside him. Cleaner on the clutch there on the start line to get a clean pass in here. He'll go 866, 199. Jacob Mott went 905. Michael Mott, the Kawasaki, got that big cruiser out there. Dougie McMillan got the Frankenstein. The Niner, it's got 143 cubes. Twin cam Harley engine. 867, 188, that's about where it's been last night and again today. So he's got it nice and consistent. Michael Mott went 1198. He might have dipped into the 11s for the first time over the 1,000. Lay Skinner back out there on the Kawasaki. It took a little while to get away. Justin Brennan got away nicely. That Ducati getting quicker with each pass. He went 831 at 205. That time 885 at 206. So the 14 had the big speed, the ZX14. Had the speed advantage at the end, but Ducati got away nicely. Good run there for Justin Brennan. Janine Marshall, Dale Marshall, great to have the Marshall family here again this weekend. 0805, they're sharp on the tree, these guys. They come here to race. 908 at 200 for Dale Marshall, 1054, 157 for Janine. Learn to ride mod bike. This is their second qualifier. Competition up shortly. Super comp to the lanes if you're not already. Race bike, first call. So Jeff Marshall goes 999, all the nines, 165 kilometres an hour. Brad Price back around the Mustang. Supercharged Mustang for him. Went 961 earlier, so solid pass. Sean Boucher beside him. GT Falcon. It's the BA model. It's a pretty stout car as well. But that Mustang. Nice and consistent. There you go, another 860 pass. 862, 195. That's what you want when we go to racing. You want consistency. Because we'll go to dial your own. Each racer will nominate a time. You've got to run it close to that nominated time as possible. Too easy, TZ. Aaron T's out there in the Falcon. Went 098 on the tree. Luke Spittle beside him. Went 06 in the VL. So they're starting to run some numbers. They're starting to get the eye in. 880, 190 for Aaron T's. Luke Spittle, 965, 175. Brett Allgood in the Premier. They were a pretty luxury car back in the day, as was a Statesman. Lockie Patton on the Supercharged Outlaw Statesman in there. Big old heavy car. So Allgood will get there first. 918, 950 for Lockie Patton. Went 175 kilometres an hour. Richard Dorr, the XC Falcon, was sharp on the tree in qualifying. Kylie was pretty good too. The little Mitsubishi Lancer got a very stout 308 Holden engine. So mid 10-second car over the quarter. It's at 1,000 foot. Dino Gorman back around, but once again, actually quite a bit of fluid coming out of the car this time for Dino Gorman. There was a couple of spots out of it last time. There's quite a bit more this time. So unfortunately, Gorman, 0 from 2. Hasn't put a qualifying pass in, unfortunately. Andrew Colley, swap lane. He's over near us in the tower this time. Shootout for Coley. Nice clean pass. 808. So there you go in the 8s again. 808. Impressive ute, that one for Andrew Colley. Empire Trailer Hire, our sponsor for this bracket this weekend. They're local trailer hire company. Guys, I always say support those that support us. And I'm sure we can all use these sponsors from time to time. There's always a time we might need a trailer. And keep Empire Trailer Hire in mind. Tell them you heard about it here at Palmyra. Mark Barraclough back out there in the Mustang. A little bit of a snooze on the start line. Starting to come back strong. Daniel List in the other lane. He went 8:45 and 8:36 for Mark Barraclough. So he's got that car working nicely now. A couple of 8:30 passes so far today. Cody Hargraves out there. That thing gets a bit of a bounce up in the front now. Makes me think, because they used to have a blown engine in this car, so it might be pretty stiff in the front still. But he gets it down there. No problems at all, 863. Right, next pairing up, and these guys ran each other in the first qualifier as well. They swapped lanes this time. We got Dave Shee. We got Rob Caddy. A little turbocharged 13B powered RX2 for Rob Caddy. Listen to this thing. Up on the two-step. Dave Shee beside him in that aspirator Mustang. Caddy going to come around him on the top end, go 718. 718, 233, 768 there for Dave Shee. All right, so just a quick reset on the computer here. We'll get back on track shortly.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com. Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, super comp. Couple of altered side by side here. We got the Bantam mold. That's Greg Crane, 408 cubes of small block Mopar. We got 622 cubes of big block Chev over here for Brad Turner. And over in the pits, the first of our funny cars start up for the weekend. The Stormtrooper, they're doing their warm-up over there at the moment. You can hear the car, no doubt. As we watch Brad Turner and Greg Crane here. Turner got away a little bit early, a little bit out of the groove, but still going to bring it back to the middle. No problems there for him. And go to 6:59, so better a pass for him. 6:59, 2:41. Greg Crane, 7:55, went 7:55 earlier. So how about Greg Crane? Nice consistent runs there for him. Gavin Listy in the dragster. 565 cubes of big block Chev. Up against the Skyline. Actually, they've swapped lanes too, this pairing, from the first round. So the Skyline, turbocharged 6-cylinder, inline 6, the RB engine. So I've seen the car go 8.8s over the quarter mile. So 7:49, pretty representative pass in the first round for Darren Garricky. Gavin List, 6:29. It's a low 7-second car over the quarter. Few dramas there for Garrick. He might have left in top gear, I'm going to say. He was a bit lazy off the line. Gavin List went 6:30, 260. And I'm starting to say Garrick, he might have left in top. So guys, once again, do us a favour. If you're out here, let your friends know they need to be here as well. Funny cars on track from 4 o'clock. But as you guys can see, we got plenty. We got plenty of quality here in the lanes, in the pits. Rod Scanlon. he's getting hold of these burnouts. Loving it. So we saw him here a couple of seasons ago. Unfortunately, he had a bit of an engine issue on a pass, so a little bit of a rebuild. So great to have him back. It's a car with a lot of potential. Supercharged big block Chev. Already seen it go 591 in qualifier 1. Definitely a mid-second car. Once sorted. Steve Summer beside him. The Pontiac Trans Am. A beautiful little small block in there. Final instructions for the crew for the altered. That's Rod Scanlon. Full tilt transport lane. Looking for an improvement here. Steve Summer looking for another pass. Scanlon does improve. He goes 583 at 282. Steve Summer went 680. 680, 248. So got through the gears that time. Improvement on both ends there for Scanlon and Summer. Summer had that issue in the first round where it didn't pick up the second gear. The man that was looking pretty good at the top of the pile in qualifier 1 went 006 on the tree. 0.06 of a second off perfect reaction time. You'd think that's pretty good until Greg Horton come out and went 001 to bump him off. Guy in the other lane, Adam McNichol. Laurie Gallianos. Pontiac Grand Am. The boys have got the shirts on. They look fantastic out there. The car is for sale. The trailer's for sale. Everything's for sale. But Nan wants to get a bigger trailer. So if you're in the market for a good enclosed trailer, go and see Nan down in the pits there. Adam McNichol driving the car for him, doing a fantastic job. 732 cubes. A big block Chev. So 003 red, 008 red. Both boys having a swing at the tree. 615 for Dallas Everett. And a much better pass. Adam McNichol went 628 at 270. Greg Horton, our top qualifier in the Falcon. So once again, 001 on the tree in qualifying, 1,000th of a second. Off that perfect number, Gary Smith. LS powered altered. You grab yourself an LS engine, you put a carby on top of it, you stick it in a light wheelbase altered, you got yourself a fun little toy. Nice little wheels up there for Horton as well. They're going to run side by side. It's going to be Smith that's going to get there. 711 at 227. Horton went 739. So have a look at this. Horton went 739 with an 8 in qualifier 1. 739 with a 6 in qualifier 2. Impressive numbers. Never knock back some supercharged action. Simon Daly. Thank goodness for rev limiters. Simon Daly. Just hold it flat and steer. So the radioactive Pontiac Trans Am. 509 cubes of big block Chev. Sono, Dale Sonigan. 632 cubes of big block Chev. VT Club Sport. Sono back ready to go. Daly nearly finished at half track, so a long way to burn it, long way to back up. So handy 610 in qualifier 1 for Simon Daly. Can we see something that starts with a 5? Oh, pretty handy pass here. Can we see a 5 something? Oh, 600 with an 8. 600 with an 8. Just missed that 5. 290 kilometres an hour for Daly. Doesn't even need the chutes. Must have good brakes on the Pontiac. 685 for Sonigan that time. 01 on the tree, 02 on the tree for those two. Pretty impressive there. So the noise we can hear in the background. The RX-7 for Aaron Strong, 20B powered car. Still trying to sort the bugs out of the system in this one. Alright, so at least we got some smoke out of the tyres that time for Aaron Strong. So they're putting him back in the groove here. So it's got the ingredients. It's got the ingredients in this car to run a decent number. To run a 7 over the quarter if they can put it all together. It's definitely a 7-second car. Throwing them all sorts of gremlins. Let's see if they can get something here. Oh, so it got out there. It actually got out half decent that time. Not too bad, but it got out and you can hear he went for second. And it didn't. It's a little bit of fluid or something down there on the line too. The boys will get that cleaned up on the track crew. As Aaron Strong rolls through for a 15:22. So again, big shout out to all the track crew and all the volunteers here at Palmyra. Can't do it without them. All right, track crew ready to go. Give the fire up signal to the next pair. When I say pair, I mean single. Solo here for Aaron Smith. Oh, yeah. Nice big smoky burnout from the Charger. So once again, big shout out if Bob Rochelle is listening in, one of the original owners of the car 30 odd years ago. The car looks fantastic on track. Aaron Smith trying to sort this car out, starting to get there. Saw some pretty handy passes last night. So needs a clean pass here. If he gets a clean pass in here, the IHRA stewards quite possibly could give him the tick of approval. Sign off the licence. Looked all right, not super clean, but got down there, down the middle, went 746. 746, 224. Definitely heading in the right direction. Definitely getting it sorted, getting on top of it. Talking to Aaron earlier today. So it's a carburetted engine, and they're moving to EFI shortly at the end of the season. So already making changes to the car. So the other car licensing here this weekend, this great looking EL Falcon for Craig Chapman. So race bike up shortly. They're going to have their second qualifier right after Craig Chapman here. Now the Falcon in the team doing everything right. Been quite impressive so far. So the Australian Ford 6-cylinder engine, the Barra, the inline 6 with the turbocharger hanging off the side of it. Best of 770 earlier. Chapman got out there, but started to wander out towards the sideline a little bit, had to get off the throttle. 790, 197. So 2 rounds done for most of our brackets. 1 to go. That's race bike. Qualify. I'll spit it out in a second. Qualifier 2 for race bike out shortly. Electric Machinery Sales, our sponsor this weekend for that bracket. A quick shout out to all our track sponsors as well. So we get Junior Dragster. They're in the lanes ready to go. They're keen. The kids are keen. So we'll get their third qualifier in shortly. We got Race Bike, then Junior Dragster. And guys, we're going to have a 15-minute break after that. So hang around, watch this these couple of brackets. We're going to have a 15-minute break. There's your opportunity to go down and grab yourself something to eat, something to drink from one of our vendors. We got Fat Jim's food truck. We got Ida's Kebabs. We got Pete and the team down there. They got the Dagwood Dog truck down halfway down the hill there. The ice cream vans there, the Pit Stop Cafe, the canteen. You got plenty of options. Get one of everything. And also a good opportunity to get over the pits, have a look around, have a look at some of the cars and bikes, some of the crews, some of the trucks and trailers, and some of the setups. And don't forget the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro funny cars are down here. They're preparing. We've already seen the Stormtrooper for Greg Lay fire up about 20-odd minutes ago in preparation. So make sure you get over there and have a look at those setups. Electric Machinery Sales brings us Race Bike. This is going to be their second qualifier. We got Lisa Skinner and Greg Martin. So Lisa Skinner, CBR 1000. The black and pink livery. Greg Martin on the blue bike this weekend. He's got another green bike, looks very similar. He's also got a very impressive H2 Kawasaki. So Martin rolled in the beams there, won't record a time. Skinner got out really well when 005 on the tree. But once again, got out there, no shifty. So no gears there for Lisa Skinner again, unfortunately. That's 2 from 2. One more qualifier to get that sorted. Solo here. The white Kawasaki ZX-10, that's Russell Bell. .747, went 7:48 in qualifier 1, 7:47 that one, 2:14 kilometres an hour at the 1,000-foot markers. So once again, all our brackets apart from Junior Drags are running to 1,000-foot this weekend. That's where the big Aeroflow flags are flying on the wall down there. So the blue markers, if your eyes are that good. Rachel Wilkins coming out for another pass on the Suzuki. See how she goes here. Not a bad pass on the first one. Straight after the launch, got over towards the centre line a bit, had to correct it. A little bit of a clutch issue there on the start line. Grabbed a little bit and had to reset. So 215 kilometres an hour, 9:04. Still only a handful of passes on that bike for Rachel and the team, so they're getting it sorted. Starting to get a bit of consistency in it. So that's it. 2 rounds of qualifying done for all our brackets. The junior drags, they're ready to go. So we're going to send them for their third one. Then we're going to have a 15-minute break, guys. Opportunity for the track crew to have a little break. Also, opportunity for you guys to get down there and have a look around. Grab yourself something to eat, something to drink, head to the toot, whatever you have to do. You don't want to miss the action when we're back on track. Grace Summer, Flynn Narensky in the great little C Junior Dragster, Grace in the A Junior Dragster. So she can wind this thing up to low 8-second passes. Again, both girls keen to get away. Red lights are plenty in qualifying for the juniors. 8:20 for Grace, 126 kilometres an hour, and 12:09 for Flynn. So both of them out where they want to be. Charlie Narensky just saw young Flynn go down. Now it's big sis. Sorry, little sis. Little sis. Charlie Narensky, the C Junior Dragster. The JB Automotive Family Racing. She's in the Coal Rock Lane on the mound side there. Ash Pigstone. SCG. Racing Parts. Dave Roderick Building Services. Quickest car in the juniors this weekend so far. Gets away nicely too. 05 light on the tree. That'll be pretty solid if she can do that in race. And she goes 7.99 with a 0. 7.99 with a 0. I think she went 99 with a 0 last one as well. All right, Ruby Summer, Clayton Gorman, two young racers. Young Clayton, I think he's 9 now. I think he's had a birthday and now he's 9. 021 on the tree, the young fella. Ruby doing a good job beside him as well, both C Junior dragsters. So something that starts with a low 12 would be nice. 11.88, a little bit quick for Clayton. Ruby went 12.23. All right, 15-minute break, guys. It's 2 o'clock on the play school clock. We'll be back in 15 minutes. And we got funny cars starting up in the pits.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com. Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com. Hey everyone, if this is your first time tuning in, my name is Pat, I work for Aeroflow Performance, and today we're going to do TurboTech 101. So I'm going to tell you what a turbocharger is, what it does, how it works, and a few key bits of information that are important to choosing and sizing your turbocharger for your application. So basically, we're going to start with the very basics. What is a turbocharger? What does it do? How does it work? And I guess why would you want one? Everyone should have one though, by the way. So a turbocharger is effectively an air pump and a compressor. So it's driven by exhaust gas. How does it work? So there's
three elements that you would sort of break down a turbocharger in to describe the components and what they do. So you have the compressor housing, which houses the compressor wheel. Then you have the core, which has the bearing core, so the support, the shaft that connects the front and the rear, oil passages and water passages. And then you have the turbine, which is the back end or the rear of the turbo, which has the turbine wheel inside of it. What does each one do? So very simply, the turbocharger mounts on the exhaust manifold or on the exhaust side of a combustion engine. Exhaust gas goes into the rear or the turbine housing, and that spins the turbine wheel. That turbine wheel is connected to the compressor wheel, which is on the front. So as that turbine wheel spins from the exhaust pressure, the compressor wheel spins. Cold air flows into the compressor wheel, and as it spins, it also creates a vacuum, so it assists in drawing cold air into the compressor wheel, and then it compresses that air down into a smaller, more dense pocket of air, effectively. So it's condensing that air and compressing it, hence the term compressor wheel. As that air compresses through this part of the compressor housing, that creates a denser charge air, and as it gets denser, so when anything gets denser and compressed, it becomes hotter. So that exits the compressor outlet, and then it will go through usually a heat exchanger, so either a water to air or an air to air intercooler, which might be a term that you're familiar with, and that cools that charge air down. So after the cool air coming in, it gets compressed, it gets hot, so as it comes out of here, it's starting to expand again. It goes through the intercooler, and that condenses it back down, so it cools that charge air. And then once it's gone through the intercooler, it goes into the throttle body or the intake manifold of the engine to then be ingested or forced into the engine. So when this happens, you're effectively introducing more than just the atmosphere worth of air. So it's becoming forced induction. The more air that you can cram into an engine, the more fuel you can add. The more air and fuel means a bigger bang, more combustion, more power. It can also result in more torque. It can result in a much wider torque band or a much higher power band. So as opposed to the engine just using vacuum and taking what air is available to it at 1 atmosphere, the turbocharger can increase that charge air to 1, 2, 3, 4, who knows how much, depending on the application, how much more atmospheres worth of pressure, so much denser air charge into your engine. You meet that with the appropriate amount of fuel and you get the big bang, which drives the engine faster and then transfers that power to the wheels, and you get more power effectively. So once that combustion process has happened, you're then left with exhaust gas. And when you're talking boosted applications, there's more exhaust gas, which will then again continue to drive the turbocharger. So the more exhaust gas you produce more drive pressure, which is going to speed up that turbine wheel. So the turbine wheel speeds up, it's linked to the front, the compressor wheel speeds up. So then it's going to compress and compress and compress, and it's going to create more and more boost. So how do you manage this amount of boost? Because everyone knows if you throw too much boost at your engine, you're going to end up with crank inspection holes or windows in the side of the engine. They're not designed to carry too much. So how do we manage that? Well, all of that exhaust gas is trying to go through the turbine housing, through the turbine wheel, and out through the exhaust pipe. If we continue to rev the engine to higher and higher RPM range, that exhaust pressure is going to drive this turbo to a point where it's just too much pressure, and we need to bypass that somehow. Now, that's generally done by the wastegate in this situation. We're talking either an external wastegate, which would be applied to this turbocharger that we have here, or in some cases, the turbocharger has an internal wastegate, which is a little bypass within the housing. So the wastegate is effectively taking all of that excess drive pressure that we don't need, and it's bypassing it generally back into the exhaust further down the stream or out to atmosphere. And that's how we control the boost level. So effectively, cold air goes in, compresses, comes out, goes into your engine, creates a larger combustion event, comes back out, drives the turbo to continue it. We bypass what we don't need to meter the amount of boost or control the boost. And then you've got this huge torque band, you've got this extra top end surge, and effectively a more efficient engine because you're utilizing spent energy. So the exhaust gas that's coming out of the engine, you're reusing that to create more efficient combustion and more efficient power production. Okay, so now that we know the basics of how a turbocharger system works and what it does and how it all functions, we're going to go into the two most common designs of the bearing core. I touched on that really briefly. In the center of the turbo, there basically needs to be some bearings, some oil passages or some water passages to keep the center section cool, because you've got that common shaft, as you can see here. That common shaft is connecting the compressor wheel and the turbine wheel. So all of the heat and the load is going through here. These things can spin at upwards of 100,000 RPM. So there's a lot of load and a lot of heat being generated within that section. Now, traditionally, the bearing cores were a journal bearing or a plain bearing, also known as a bush bearing. There's a few different names for them. We refer to them as journal bearing, basically. And you can see that design here. So as you can see, there is a thrust plate, there is your main bearing carriers, circlips to hold them in place, and then you've got those bearing carriers both on the front and the rear for the compressor and the turbine housing to stabilise the shaft, and then obviously oil seals, and this is all cooled by engine oil. So you have a feed from the engine that runs into the top of the turbo core, and then it's distributed down through the bearing plate and the thrust plate, and using the pressure, the oil pressure, it actually floats these bearings. So that's what keeps the components off each other. It not only lubricates that section, but it also cools that section, which is why on a journal bearing core, you'll generally find that the feed is larger than a ball bearing one. And you also need to make sure that the drain is quite free flowing. So the oil is effectively doing everything to keep this turbo alive. It's lubricating it and it's effectively cooling it at the same time. Now, it's reliable, it's simple, it's been used forever, and with more modern advancements with a 360-degree bearing race in the journal bearing, they're much more efficient, and again, the performance is much better than previous. Some of the early ones were 270 degrees, so they didn't actually meet all the way around on this thrust plate. So the journal bearing, again, it's reliable. It's usually found in larger applications, just because the physical size of the bearings is able to cater for that large amount of thrust, the large amount of load when you've got large wheels on it. So 100 mil, 106 mil turbine or compressor wheel. You'll usually find them to be a journal bearing or something that's going to run at a lower RPM. So journal bearing is very consistent, and if your turbocharger is running at a lower RPM or a lower boost level, the heat is generally lower, and then that journal bearing will go on forever. So diesel machinery, plant, generators, if they're turbocharged, they're usually a journal bearing application because they'll just go forever. They'll chug away, very minimal maintenance, and it's nice and easy to service too if you ever need to. And so moving on to the other type of core, we've got the ball bearing core. So variations here, obviously you can see it's a little bit more complex compared to the journal bearing. Now, the reason for the ball bearing design is basically for reduced resistance. They generally respond faster because of that resistance, the reduced resistance. And as a result, a higher boost level is generally achievable because there is, again, less rolling resistance. So you can see here we've blown one apart effectively. This is the core itself that we've chopped in half. This bearing carrier sits in the centre here. And then we have these ceramic roller bearings that basically sit at the front and the back. There's obviously some retaining plates and seals and whatnot. Now, as opposed to riding on the journal style bearing carriers, this is what the turbine shaft or the turbo shaft will sit on, and it'll basically spin within this ceramic ball bearing race, which again, it will spool up quicker. So you've got more response generally out of a ball bearing application, and also potentially higher boost levels. So it will deal with a higher boost level while still remaining cool. Things to remember with a ball bearing design is that the oil doesn't do everything in this case. So it still needs to be fed by engine oil, which will run through a restrictor, or you can see this one here in this core. So basically, because you only need a very small amount of oil to lubricate these bearing races, it's not doing the cooling. You need to restrict the amount of oil flow generally, or specifically speaking about the boosted range, we recommend no more than 40 to 45 psi worth of oil pressure through the bearing core. Because it's a very small amount of oil that's flowing through there, it also needs to escape at the same time. If the oil gets stuck in here because it can't drain, or there's too much oil pressure, it will cause smoking issues because there's too much pressure building up inside of the core. Now, what's going to cool this bearing core? If it's not oil, it is water. So again, the coolant or the water from your engine is basically going to need to be plumbed through the side of the ball bearing core, and that's going to flow around these passages in here and these channels and take the excess heat out of that core. This is especially important when the engine stops and the turbocharger stops. There's an excessive amount of heat that's retained within these cores. The water flowing through here and the siphoning effect that happens once you've turned the engine off will actually draw that heat out of the core, and it keeps the turbo basically more reliable and more consistent. So being water cooled, you'll generally find a ball bearing turbocharger in an endurance application because they have that water flowing through them constantly, and the temperature is kept much more consistent. As a result, because it's so important to have the water cooling on there, you must run, if you have a boosted turbocharger that is water cooled, it must be plumbed. If you don't run it, or if you decide not to run the water cooling and there is a potential issue, the warranty will be void. So it is very important to run that water cooling, and you'll have a better result. It's not just, oh, I'm not going to plumb that because it doesn't make a difference and I couldn't be bothered spending extra money on the hoses or the fittings. It does actually make that turbo run better because the core stays cool, it stays where it's supposed to be. The oil doesn't get burnt off while it's in the core as well, because the overall temperature is lower. So all of those things are really important. Okay, so now we've covered the types of bearing core that you'll find in the boosted range. We're going to drill down on a couple of the features that we've touched on briefly. A couple of really important factors that you have to consider when you're setting up your turbocharger. So we'll start with the journal bearing. As you can see here, we have, this is basically the bearing plate, and you can see these little slots all around here, and this channel all the way around here. It's basically, that's the 360-degree design in our journal bearings. Feeding that oil, this is the bit that we're going to talk about, which is what's the oil feed, what does it do, and why is it important? So we touched on it before. 360-degree journal plate or journal bearing means that it's going to distribute the oil all around the bearing more evenly, which is going to not only lubricate but also cool the journal bearing. It's important to note that because that is supplying a larger area, you do want volume of oil. So there is no water to cool this bearing down. So you want, as a minimum, a -6. So an AN-6 oil feed line to provide the volume of oil required to service this bearing, keep basically the oil flowing and keep the temperature down, as well as lubricating that bearing race. So it's very important that oil feed is a -6 on a journal bearing, so that you can keep everything cool, keep everything lubricated, and there's enough volume of oil. But that's quite different when it comes to a ball bearing core. So when we run back over to the ball bearing core, if I roll this around here, this is the little carrier that holds the two bearings inside. As you can see on the top here, which we'll get a close-up point of view, these small holes that are in the, I'll just hold that. These small holes that are in the top, these are the feeds for the bearing. So you can see how small they are. So if you start jamming 100 psi worth of oil pressure and a giant volume of oil, it's basically going to back up, or it's going to find its way through there, and then it's going to basically pull up and get stuck within this bearing race. And then it's not going to work effectively, because the more time the oil is exposed to the heat, the more it's going to get burnt, it's going to get very hot, it's going to create carbon, and then you're going to damage the bearing. So that bearing's basically going to fail. It's also going to make its way through and find the circlip, which is effectively running here. You can see this is an old one that we've put through a torture test. There's a piston ring that sits on here. So it's very important that the oil flows appropriately through the core, because once that gets jammed up with carbon, burnt oil, debris, anything like that, just like a piston ring inside an engine, if it stops moving and it stops being able to expand and close up that seal, it will leak. So that's why oil feed is very important. And again, as we touched on before with the ball bearing, it's only a very small volume of oil, which is why we run the restrictor.
And I can put you in. I can see the whole city.
Third and final qualifier for all these brackets. We had juniors before the break. You've got Super Street now. 0 or younger goes 1081, 151, and a 1276 for Dallas Everett. Angelo Cesari and Josh Moore. Days, Ford versus Holden. So the Cortina for performance parts. Angelo Cesari for KDMR. Now there's Power. 951, 950. How close was that pairing? Nothing in that one at the finish line. The quicker of the two slightly, Josh Moore. was Empire Trailer Hire. Third qualifier. We go to two wheels. We go to mod bike. To learn to ride Mackay, our bracket sponsor this weekend. Great to have all these sponsors on board, and we thank you very much. We cannot do it without them. Dean Mason, Craig Ratelli. Both the boys got away pretty sharply. Sound like a missed shift out there for one of them. Mason got there on the Hayabusa, 886 at 202. Craig Ratelli, 955, 178. So competition in the lanes, if you're not already, competition to the lanes. Super Comp, get ready. Competition in the lanes, Super Comp, get ready. Cam Horn. Janine Marshall, she's got the 650. Doing a good job, Janine. MT09 Yamaha, that's Cam Horn. Coal Rock Lane on the mound side. Oh, someone missed a gear. I'm going to say it was Cam Horn. Oh, so the 15-minute break might have hurt some of these races. Had a little bit of a snooze. 947, 185 for him, 1043 for Janine. Leigh Skinner, Wayne Irwin, their next pairing up. So Kawasaki takes on Suzuki. Good mix here in mod bike. So ZX14, Leigh Skinner. Very much a street bike. Wayne Irwin got the Suzuki 750, got the extended swing arm. Looks like he's starting to get on top of that clutch. Much better lead for Irwin. 857, 198. Leigh Skinner went 902 at 207. Vanessa Rodman and Dale Marshall. Nessa tucked in, ready to go. Marshall in that 2022 Hayabusa. They get there. Wow. You may as well say together. 872, 880. And the difference on the start line, they almost went across the line together. So computer had to go to the fifth number to split them. Unmistakable sound of the dry clutch in the Ducati. It's really unique. Justin Brennan doing well this weekend on the Ducati. Hadn't seen him for about 18 months or so. Had a break. Come back a little while ago and doing well. Jeff Marshall beside him. As we watch the Ducati, looks like it get faster again. 816-206. So whatever he's doing, keep doing it, because it's running quicker with each pass. So again, the hill filling up nicely. Guys, thanks for coming out today. You know you're going to have a fantastic day. The funny cars are on at 4, 6 and 8. So not too far away. We're closing in. Jacob Mott, Doug McMillan. So the Harley's on a quick one here. 156 to the 60. 40 goes 858. His best to the qualifying rounds. 191 was the speed. Jacob Mott, 914. So on the big stage, all on his own, Michael Mott, the Kawasaki Nomad, 1700cc, so it's got plenty of engine, but it's a plenty of bike. 1210, went 1198 before. So he's in the ballpark. When we get into racing, each racer will nominate a time. That's called their dial-in. They have to run as close to that nominated dial-in or nominated time as possible. And that's how we work out the handicap in the pairings as well. If one car's 1 second quicker than the other one, we let him go a second after the slower car, and then he's got to try and catch him. Him or her. Luke Spittle, Sean Boucher in the Falcon. 934, 183. Spittle went 967. Oh, Brett Allgood said, it's been a little while since I've had a skid. I'm going to have another one. Get some heat into the tyres. So Doggone Fencing, our wonderful sponsor for this one. It's Brett Allgood and Brad Price come out. Brad Price, just talking to him, he said he PB'd this morning, so it's been a good day for him and the team. 878, 193. Brett Allgood, 919. Mark Barraclough. Aaron Tees. So too easy, teasy. The Barra-powered Falcon. And the Pro Charge Mustang. Barraclough putting some consistent times together. Reaction time will need to be better than that if he wants to win some rounds, but 8:36, another 8:30 pass, he'd be happy with that. Aaron Tees win 8:81. Oh, Nugget, Richard Dorr. Laying down some fresh rubber. Putting some heat into the tyres, heat into the track. Cassie still drives it better than him, but hey, he can't hear me because he's in the car. Richard Dorr, Lockie Patton, the WH Statesman. Got the limo out. Little belt-driven supercharger on the LS. So not much in this one. They just sit side by side all the way down. It's very close, actually. 946 for Lockie Patton. He's getting quicker. 175. And Richard Dorr, 935. Once again, the computer went to 5 decimal places to split them. Kylie O'Reilly. Cody Hargraves, the Commodore for Hargraves. O'Reilly. close one here. We matched them up nicely in this round of qualifying. 851, 869. Once again, we go to 5 digits to split them at the finish line. How do we do this? Andrew Colley boils the hides. Big smoky burnout for him. So Dean Gorman needs a pass here. No. So again, some fluid out of the car for Dino Gorman. That's 3 from 3 in qualifying, unfortunately. That's one issue. Now, looking from here... Hard to say. The boys are on it with the mop, but there's definitely some kind of fluid out of that car, and unfortunately, they've had to send him back to the pit again. So Andrew Colley getting pushed away too. So that pairing didn't happen, unfortunately. Supercomp up shortly. Supercomp, if you're not there, we need you there, please. Supercomp, race bike, get ready. Daniel List to run a solo here in the Tirana. We're still in competition for doggone fencing. They can build you a fence to keep the dog in or to keep the dogs out. $843, $197 there for Listy. So 45, 43 in qualifying, so pretty consistent. These are the sort of numbers you'll need. That's the sort of consistency you'll need to go rounds. So just repeating, all races will get 3 rounds of racing. So MI Scaffold, our bracket sponsor for Supercom, they start to pull out of the lanes now. First pairing not too far away. So we can see Dave Shee down there beside him. I can't quite see from here. It might be Simon Daly. High vis is the colour, isn't it? Radioactive, the Pontiac Trans Am. Have a go, old mate. He's just trying to have a run and the plovers are giving him a hard time. Just trying to improve your fitness and the bloody plovers. Hey, exercise is dangerous. All right. So the Mustang for Dave Shee from CPV Tuning. Simon Daly. For Burson Auto Parts Rockhampton. So you know what? It'll be grinding at him. Simon Daly, 600 on the last pass. That close to a 5. He'd like something that starts with a 5. Let's see if we can do it here. Dave Shee beside him. He's just sitting back waiting. He knew Daly was going to do a big burnout. No smoke in the burnout for Dave Shee after all that, but Daly's in right in the go. He needs to get in there. We need to get him on the start line there. Some dramas there for Shee. Might have spun the tyres. Can we see a 5? 603. 603. So Daly close, but no cigar. 603, 290. Dave Shee, 1227. Not a representative time. He spun the tyres. Went 008 on the tree, so he was good on the time, on the reaction time. But spun the tyres. That'll be that burnout. There was no smoke in the burnout. Probably had a little bit of water still in the wheel well. Apart from the funny car, it's about the loudest car on the property. Rob Caddy. The rotary powered RX2 sedan. He's going to take on Greg Crane here. He's in the Altered, so you can see Greg in the cockpit there. He's all exposed. It's a Bantam bodied Altered based on a 32 Bantam. Mopar engine, and he's got to get all that concussion from the two-step of the exhaust shooting out this side of the RX2. They get away together, both of them on a clean pass here. Caddy straight down the middle. 726, 222, 733. It's a nice good side pass as well. Strong brackets here today. We're going to see some fantastic racing. 3 rounds of racing. Then we look at the results. We work out our finalists. Supercom brings us all this variety. We got the dragster here. The rear engine dragster. Obviously the engine behind him. We got the short wheelbase Altered. Engine out in front. He's got to look around the hood scoop. So Gary Smith, Gavin List. Gavin List in the dragster. Gary Smith in the Altered, LS powered. .632, 259 there for Gavin List and a 716. So both of those guys very close in that pass to their reaction time, their earlier qualifying time. Dallas Everett again doing double duty this weekend. The big Chevy Silverado in Super Street and running the Altered here in Super Comp. MI Scaffolding. Celebrating 10 years in 2022, so they've been around for 10 years. So Brad Turner, Dallas Everett, 622 cubes, takes on 588, big block chevs everywhere. Everett sharp on the tree, Turner was sharp, 0-3 takes on 0-4. It's going to be Everett there slightly, 617, 269. 665, 243 for Brad Turner. So Darren Garricky up next. Greg Horton was our number one qualifier. So just a reminder to racers, not too far away, we're going to have that 3 o'clock presentation for our top qualifiers. So I'll give you a yell when we're about to get that underway. 434 cubes of Clevo in this car for Greg Horton. 001 on the tree. The car's gone 739, 739 in the first 2 qualifiers. So R31 Skyline, the choice of car for Darren Garricky. Turbocharged RB 6-cylinder. Here we go, both the guys in the pre-stage. So I'll start to bump in. Horton goes in first. Garricky jumped in, he's going to bump the beams, won't record it, top unfortunately. Horton's just going to look for a time here. 480 on the reaction time, so 7:43. So slightly off, but still pretty close. Not bad time in there, but unfortunately Darren Garricky really aggressive on the bump box this weekend and has jumped too far and jumped through the beams and triggered the red light. So Super Comp action continues. I can tell you Rod Scanlon's back in the Altered. He's about to come forward, the supercharged car. It's a good pass here. We got Rod Scanlon. Quickest car we've seen down the track this weekend so far. The funny cars aren't far away, but they might mix it up a little bit there, I would say. And Adam McNichol, the Pontiac Green Dean. It's another good strong burn out there for Rodsky. Going to get a hold. Go 583 at 2 kilometres an hour. The quicker of the 2 cars so far, Rod Scanlon, 583. Good to see them out duking it out at the top there. The Pontiac Grand Am, 732 cubes. Adam McNichol in Laurie Galliano's car. So the crew's helping them out, putting them in the right spot on the track, right where they want them to launch. Little adjustment to the wheelie bars for Adam McNichol. Lane for him. The Coal Rock lane on the mound side for Rod Scanlon. Watch the supercharged car here. Nice leave, unloads a little bit as it goes over the concrete. See that many quick pass, 594, 266, and a 622 in the other lane for Adam McNichol. 270 kilometres an hour. So he actually had the speed, Adam McNichol, on the top end there. The sedan was coming home strong. Dale Sonigan. So Sonigan with a solo here. VT Club Sport. Super tough bracket this weekend, Super Comp. All eyes on Dale Sonigan. For Bowen Engine Centre. 0-1 on the tree in Sono style. And he goes 690, 246. Summer up next. The Pontiac Trans Am. So the small block power at Pontiac. Stephen Summer, once again, busy weekend. He's going to be tired after today. 3 cars in the family. 2 juniors and this car for Dad. Nicely 0-1 on the tree as well. 111 to the 60 foot. Nice clean pass for Summer. 641. 641, 257. There you go. That's a number. The boys will be happy with that. Next one up. Looks like we got one more licensing pass for Craig Chapman, the EL Falcon. So the Ford 6-cylinder turbocharged car. Cool thing. These Barra cars are really starting to come onto their own. Used to throw these Barras in the bin. Now you can't get one. So got him back in at the burnout marks. He's just laid down. Race bike up shortly. Craig Chapman to finishes out here in Supercomp. fairly consistent. 771, went 771 earlier, 221. So not rotating the earth, but starting to get some consistency in the car. Electric Machine brings us race bike. This is their third qualifier, third and final qualifier. Lisa Skinner, Russell Bell, Lisa Skinner in here. Again, Lisa's bike didn't want to select the gear. She managed to get it eventually. 817-211. Russell Bell, another 740, 746. All right, so a little bit of something, a little bit of contaminants, a little bit of fluid or something out there on the track. We're going to get that cleaned up. The boys are on the mops, getting that done. All right, a couple more bikes around us out here in qualifying in race bike. We've got Greg Martin. So 1452 cc's a Kawasaki. So solo here for him, and then we got one to go. So a couple of grabs of the clutch there. So I won't get a clean pass in. The rest of it was pretty good, 773, but the bike's gone 740 today earlier, so. Probably good to get that one out of the way in qualifying. Hopefully he gets it sorted for racing. One to go, Rachel Wilkins. So Suzuki GSX 1100. It's a big step up, still coming to terms with this bike. It's got a lot of potential. But to go from basically a street bike to this big jump, doing a good job. .780. So the best of the three qualifiers. 780, 225 there for Rachel Wilkins. All right, that's it for qualifying, guys. We are going to have a break. We're going to have some presentations over the canteen shortly for our top qualifiers. We also got some special guests here. And we're going to prepare for the afternoon's racing. Funny cars on track at 4 o'clock. I can tell you they are down there on display ready. They've done their warm-up procedures. They are all good to go. They've done all the final checks. The cars are ready. Get down there and have a look, guys. Get down to the pits, have a look. They are ready to tow out. Not too far away, but they are on display at the moment. You won't get this close anywhere else. So get down there and have a look. Grab yourself something to eat. This is the time to do it. And then grab yourself a comfy spot on the mound for the start of Funny Cars at 4 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen.
everyone, Pat from Aeroflow Performance. Today I'm going to take you through our range of catch cans, breather tanks, whatever you want to call them. There's a bunch of different names, but they basically take oil vapor that's coming out of your engine thanks to positive crankcase pressure, and they're going to separate it, allow the motor to breathe and not pull it down with any excess oil pressure. So, why do we need a catch can? What's its function? And why are there so many variations or different ways of going about plumbing a catch can for your application? So basically, when the engine is operating, thanks to rotating masses, piston rings not being completely sealed from the combustion that's happening in the combustion chamber, and other operations of the motor, temperature and things like that, we build up pressure in the crankcase. That's called positive crankcase pressure. Now, a factory or an OEM vehicle will have a PCV system on the top of it, so a positive crankcase ventilation system. That's generally on the top of the motor, on the cam cover or the rocker covers, depending on the type of engine. It will be a little valve that is opened by pressure, and then that valve will be plumbed generally in a factory application to the intake manifold or the intake tract. So just after your air filter, it'll come back into the motor. That's for a couple of reasons, and almost all of those reasons are to do with emissions. So rather than have the engine breathe oil vapor out of the covers and just into the atmosphere, the manufacturers need to return that back into the system, so the motor then processes it via combustion, and it goes through the exhaust system and the relative emission systems that are involved with the exhaust. When it comes to a high performance engine, you're talking, aftermarket turbocharger, higher RPM, stroker kits, so a larger crank inside that inside that crankcase. This is going to increase that positive crankcase pressure. So the amount of windage that happens from the crank, which is basically swiping around and picking up oil, or it's increasing the amount of pressure that's down there. There's going to be a much larger amount of pressure that's created, and for a longer time. So generally in a performance application, you've got sustained high RPM. So that's going to be much more, and it's going to require that PCV system to be much more active than it would in a factory, commuter or medium performance vehicle. So when we've gone to that high performance engine, we need to look at perhaps a catch can that is going to vent to the atmosphere, or it's going to be a much larger reservoir that will catch the venting that's going to come to it. So you're going to get oil pressure, or not oil pressure, but pressurized vapor, effectively, that's going to carry oil vapor in it. So the air is going to come into here. It's going to go into that can, and there's baffling, there's turns, there's bends, there's mesh in some cases that will separate the oil from the air. It will retain the oil within this can and then allow the air to breathe back. Now, depending on your class, depending on your racing class, depending on what you're doing with the vehicle, you can still use these tanks to plumb this back into the intake manifold, but you're basically allowing that oil to separate from the air. So in addition to those names that we always mention, these are also referred to as an oil air separator. So, and that's the function. The air comes in, it hits the baffling, which stops the air, and it separates the oil vapor from it. It retains it to be drained at a later point. We have little drain valves here, petcocks, that you can unscrew. It will allow you to drain that excess oil or vapor, or the condensed vapor, out of the can, and dispose of it safely and environmentally friendly. That's not necessarily legal, I guess you would say, in most applications. So you have to consider that when you're building a street car that is a high performance street car. Make sure you check with the relative authorities whether or not you can run a vented catch can to atmosphere, or whether or not it needs to be plumbed back. But basically all of these options give you the option to do that either way. So plenty of different variations depending on the space that you have in your vehicle, in your engine bay, wherever it needs to be, depending on the requirements for your racing class. Some classes require a minimum of a 2-litre catch can or a 4-litre catch can, or whatever it might be. So we've got a few different variations there. Dual units, so if you've got a V-style configuration or a twin cam sort of configuration with 2 separate covers, you can plumb them individually. You can plumb 2 points into one. You can have this different style that has a filter element and actually breathes out from under the cap. So that's a little shorter. Obviously these are quite tall, so that's a little bit more compact. That'll get into a smaller area in your engine bay. And the list goes on. So there's plenty of different options. In addition to the size and the style of the catch can, there's also something that's quite often overlooked when it comes to plumbing the cans. So as you can see, most of these have quite large, they're a -8 or a -10 or a -12 ORB fitting on here, so you can adapt them to the hose that you're going to run. What's important to note, particularly in a forced induction application, so turbo or a supercharged engine, is that with the increase in the amount of crankcase pressure, you've got to get that pressure out of the motor as well. So your factory ports in the cam covers, for example, might be 3/8 or 10 or 12 mil or something like that, where that could be potentially half the size of this inlet port. Now, if you continue to run that hose in that same diameter, that's still causing a restriction to be able to get that pressure out of your motor. So sometimes you might need to look at upgrading the fittings on the top, whether you have a weld-on fitting that goes onto a rocker cover or a cam cover, or if you use an adapter fitting, so something like our press-in adapters that go onto RB or Barra cam covers, or even the oil cap adapter that we have for the LS and Barra motors, which run a -10 or a -12 ORB in the top. That will allow for that crankcase pressure to come out of the motor a lot easier and not cause a restriction. We have seen in the past where in turbocharged applications, without an adequate breather system on the motor, the crankcase pressure builds to a point where it's actually starting to push dipsticks out of the dipstick tube, and it's restricting the flow of the oil drain from the turbocharger. So you've got your turbocharger being fed oil, it's coming down into the crankcase, but because there's so much pressure in there, it can't actually drain out. So that's something to keep in mind when you're talking about plumbing the whole system up as well. And especially if you're running E85 or methanol or something like that, make sure that the hoses that you use are safe and compatible with those types of fuels, because not only are you going to get the fuel in there, you're going to get the oil vapor, and you're going to get moisture that is brought out of the air from those types of fuel, those hydroscopic fuels. So please keep all of those factors in mind. If you've got any questions where it's not clear on what style you would use or what type you would use in your application, please feel free to shoot us an email or give us a call. sales@aeroflowperformance.com is our email address, and we'll be happy to help you and guide you in the direction that you need for your application. So guys, now you know all about our range of catch cans, breather tanks, oil air separators. You can check them out at your local distributor, quality retail outlet, or jump online at aeroflowperformance.com.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
Look as far as I can see, but you don't want to talk to me, no. And not through words, not through songs, not through whispers, not through phones. When I look at you, I know that got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song. Walk as far as I can go now. I keep repeating overgrown. I think of you passing by, round the corner, meet my eyes. I don't know what we would say, but got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song. You got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song. Walk as far as I can go now. I keep repeating overgrown. I think of you passing by, round the corner, meet my eyes. I don't know what we would say, but
qualifiers. We'll start with the juniors. It was an interesting one. So we had 6 juniors out there. 5 of them went red light. The only one that didn't was young Clive. Does that work? There you go, buddy. Thank you. You want to say anything, mate? Nah. Fair enough. A big shout out to Mackay Regional Council for Junior Dragster. They're sponsoring this weekend. Empire Trailer Hire bringing the Super Street. And our top qualifier, Errol Younger.
Yeah, just want to say a quick thank you to all the volunteers, everybody that made this possible. It's good to see the hill. Yeah, thanks, everybody.
Good on you, mate. Modified bike, brought to us by Learn to Ride. Our top qualifier with a 006 light was Craig Ratelli. Doggone Fencing brings us competition. Top qualifier with a 003, Richard Moore.
The fars being and so I'm running.
Supercom for MI Scaffold, our top qualifier, 001. 001, so 1,000th of a second. Greg Horton. One to go. Electric Machinery Sales brings us race bike, our top qualifier, Russell Bell.
Hey guys, I want to thank especially you blokes on the hill, all the competitors that have travelled. It's been a great day so far and it'll only get better as the day goes on. I just want to introduce our major sponsor for this weekend that's helped us make it happen, Greg Williamson, our local mayor, and the Mackay Regional Council.
Thanks. Thanks, Glenn. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Mackay, for the first time, it's great to have you here. Because there's many times you've been back here, but this particular track, welcome back. We've got Dave and his team of Outlaw Nitros over there, first time in Mackay from Sydney. And they're singing the praises of this track, the people, the welcome that they've had here. Tony Quinn and his team, everybody who's put this together, absolutely outstanding. The other Nitro, of course, are from the Gold Coast. They've been here before, but they're back because this is a great track to race at, great facilities, and a great team of people who actually put it together. And of course, it all wouldn't happen without you guys, without the energy and the drive and the passion that you put into your sport. So it's your competitiveness that enables events like this to happen. To all the people on the hill, thank you very much for your support, because the more we can get in, the more profitable it becomes and the more events we can have. So thanks for being here. Thanks for your competitiveness over the meet today, and we hope to see you back in the guy next time. Thanks for being here.
to say thank you to. Where am I? These people here. From Doggone Fencing. Is there anybody here from Doggone Fencing? If not, we'll get it to them. Thank that as a local company very much for our classes. Brett from Learn to Ride.
Learn to Ride has supported Palmyra for some time, and we do enjoy racing here, and it helps keep the riders off the street here in the state.
One more, Matt, from Empire Trailer Hire. Is there anybody here from MI Scaffolding? We'll get to him, but think he's here. Thanks very much, buddy. Please. Just want to introduce you to Morris. Morris McMillan is part of the Aeroflow team that really has brought up all these nitro cars and all that neat stuff. Thank you very much for your support and coming up.
No, thank you very much. We just didn't expect that. It's been a very long 3 years of this event trying to go ahead and COVID ruining it and things like that. But yeah, we're happy to be here. We want to put on hopefully a pretty good show for you all. And I think all these people on the hill probably don't realise how good the quality of cars and everything that you guys have got up here and the track. So no, we're pretty pumped and can't wait for this event to be every year on the calendar, I reckon.
Just want to introduce some of the drivers that are going to be racing the nitro car this afternoon.
Oh, we'll try to get this working. Right, guys, we'll move over here. I think we'll try and line side car here.
So we got two cars here with the Aeroflow team this weekend. King Kong first, and the pilot of King Kong is Brad Gosnell. That's great to have you here. Thanks for coming. What it's like to have this afternoon.
Oh, look, just first off, just wanted to say how great this track. Like, it's awesome to come up here. The atmosphere is great. The people are great. We're just looking forward to putting on a show. So hopefully you guys enjoy it.
Mate, they've turned up in droves, mate, so it's great to have you here, and thank you for the support.
Thanks, man. Looking forward to it.
Put your hands together for Brandon, and our other driver is the beater, Josh Lee. Thanks for coming up, mate. It's going to be a great weekend. The best part, I reckon, is you race some dads in the school group. You're going to beat up on dad this weekend.
Yeah, we're always looking for bragging rights, between father and son. So we'll see what comes out of this one. But haven't been here for a little bit, but it's good to be back here with guys. So Palmyra Dragway already put it on for us, and we're pretty keen to just basically rip it bed and let's go.
All right, guys, put your hands together for the Aeroflow.
Righto, guys. Thanks everybody for coming. Right, we'll get these the nitro cars around into the staging lanes now, and we'll get this show on the road. Hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
We never show emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be new. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about. This is home.
Hey everyone, if this is your first time tuning in, my name is Pat, I work for Aeroflow Performance, and today we're going to do TurboTech 101. So I'm going to tell you what a turbocharger is, what it does, how it works, and a few key bits of information that are important to choosing and sizing your turbocharger for your application. So basically, we're going to start with the very basics. What is a turbocharger? What does it do? How does it work? And I guess why would you want one? Everyone should have one though, by the way. So a turbocharger is effectively an air pump and a compressor. So it's driven by exhaust gas. How does it work? So there's three elements that you would sort of break down a turbocharger in to describe the components and what they do. So you have the compressor housing, which houses the compressor wheel. Then you have the core, which has the bearing core, so the support, the shaft that connects the front and the rear, oil passages and water passages. And then you have the turbine, which is the back end or the rear of the turbo, which has the turbine wheel inside of it. What does each one do? So very simply, the turbocharger mounts on the exhaust manifold or on the exhaust side of a combustion engine. Exhaust gas goes into the rear or the turbine housing, and that spins the turbine wheel. That turbine wheel is connected to the compressor wheel, which is on the front. So as that turbine wheel spins from the exhaust pressure, the compressor wheel spins. Cold air flows into the compressor wheel, and as it spins, it also creates a vacuum, so it assists in drawing cold air into the compressor wheel, and then it compresses that air down into a smaller, more dense pocket of air, effectively. So it's condensing that air and compressing it, hence the term compressor wheel. As that air compresses through this part of the compressor housing, that creates a denser charge air, and as it gets denser, so when anything gets denser and compressed, it becomes hotter. So that exits the compressor outlet, and then it will go through usually a heat exchanger, so either a water to air or an air to air intercooler, which might be a term that you're familiar with, and that cools that charge air down. So after the cool air coming in, it gets compressed, it gets hot, so as it comes out of here, it's starting to expand again. It goes through the intercooler, and that condenses it back down, so it cools that charge air. And then once it's gone through the intercooler, it goes into the throttle body or the intake manifold of the engine to then be ingested or forced into the engine. So when this happens, you're effectively introducing more than just the atmosphere worth of air. So it's becoming forced induction. The more air that you can cram into an engine, the more fuel you can add. The more air and fuel means a bigger bang, more combustion, more power. can also result in more torque. It can result in a much wider torque band or a much higher power band. So as opposed to the engine just using vacuum and taking what air is available to it at 1 atmosphere, the turbocharger can increase that charge air to 1, 2, 3, 4, who knows how much, depending on the application, how much more atmospheres worth of pressure, so much denser air charge into your engine. You meet that with the appropriate amount of fuel and you get the big bang, which drives the engine faster and then transfers that power to the wheels and you get more power effectively. So once that combustion process has happened, you're then left with exhaust gas. And when you're talking boosted applications, there's more exhaust gas, which will then again continue to drive the turbocharger. So the more exhaust gas you produce more drive pressure, which is going to speed up that turbine wheel. So the turbine wheel speeds up, it's linked to the front, the compressor wheel speeds up. So then it's going to compress and compress and compress, and it's going to create more and more boost. So how do you manage this amount of boost? Because everyone knows if you throw too much boost at your engine, you're going to end up with crank inspection holes or windows in the side of the engine. They're not designed to carry too much. So how do we manage that? Well, all of that exhaust gas is trying to go through the turbine housing, through the turbine wheel, and out through the exhaust pipe. If we continue to rev the engine to higher and higher RPM range, that exhaust pressure is going to drive this turbo to a point where it's just too much pressure, and we need to bypass that somehow. Now, that's generally done by the wastegate in this situation. We're talking either an external wastegate, which would be applied to this turbocharger that we have here, or in some cases, the turbocharger has an internal wastegate, which is a little bypass within the housing. So the wastegate is effectively taking all of that excess drive pressure that we don't need, and it's bypassing it generally back into the exhaust further down the stream or out to atmosphere. And that's how we control the boost level. So effectively, cold air goes in, compresses, comes out, goes into your engine, creates a larger combustion event, comes back out, drives the turbo to continue it. We bypass what we don't need to meter the amount of boost or control the boost. And then you've got this huge torque band, you've got this extra top end surge, and effectively a more efficient engine because you're utilising spent energy. So the exhaust gas that's coming out of the engine, you're reusing that to create more efficient combustion and more efficient power production. Okay, so now that we know the basics of how a turbocharger system works and what it does and how it all functions, we're going to go into the two most common designs of the bearing core. I touched on that really briefly. In the centre of the turbo, there basically needs to be some bearings, some oil passages or some water passages to keep the centre section cool, because you've got that common shaft, as you can see here. That common shaft is connecting the compressor wheel and the turbine wheel. So all of the heat and the load is going through here. These things can spin at upwards of 100,000 RPM. So there's a lot of load and a lot of heat being generated within that section. Now, traditionally, the bearing cores were a journal bearing or a plain bearing, also known as a bush bearing. There's a few different names for them. We refer to them as journal bearing, basically. And you can see that design here. So as you can see, there is a thrust plate, there is your main bearing carriers, circlips to hold them in place, and then you've got that you've got those bearing carriers both in the front and the rear for the compressor and the turbine housing to stabilise the shaft, and then obviously oil seals, and this is all cooled by engine oil. So you have a feed from the engine that runs into the top of the turbo core, and then it's distributed down through the bearing plate and the thrust plate, and using the pressure, the oil pressure, it actually floats these bearings. So that's what keeps the components off each other. It not only lubricates that section, but it also cools that section, which is why on a journal bearing core, you'll generally find that the feed is larger than a ball bearing one. And you also need to make sure that the drain is quite free flowing. So the oil is effectively doing everything to keep this turbo alive. It's lubricating it and it's effectively cooling it at the same time. Now, it's reliable, it's simple, it's been used forever, and with more modern advancements with a 360-degree bearing race in the journal bearing, they're much more efficient, and again, the performance is much better than previous. Some of the early ones were 270 degrees, so they didn't actually meet all the way around on this thrust plate. So the journal bearing, again, it's reliable. It's usually found in larger applications, just because the physical size of the bearings is able to cater for that large amount of thrust, the large amount of load when you've got large wheels on it. So 100 mil, 106 mil turbine or compressor wheel. You'll usually find them to be a journal bearing or something that's going to run at a lower RPM. So journal bearing is very consistent, and if your turbocharger is running at a lower RPM or a lower boost level, the heat is generally lower, and then that journal bearing will go on forever. So diesel machinery, plant, generators, if they're turbocharged, they're usually a journal bearing application because they'll just go forever. They'll chug away, very minimal maintenance, and it's nice and easy to service too if you ever need to. And so moving on to the other type of core, we've got the ball bearing core. So variations here, obviously you can see it's a little bit more complex compared to the journal bearing. Now, the reason for the ball bearing design is basically for reduced resistance. They generally respond faster because of that resistance, the reduced resistance. And as a result, a higher boost level is generally achievable because there is, again, less rolling resistance. So you can see here, we've blown one apart effectively. This is the core itself that we've chopped in half. This bearing carrier sits in the centre here, and then we have these ceramic roller bearings that basically sit at the front and the back. There's obviously some retaining plates and seals and whatnot. Now, as opposed to riding on the journal style bearing carriers, this is what the turbine shaft or the turbo shaft will sit on, and it'll basically spin within this ceramic ball bearing race, which again, it will spool up quicker. So you've got more response generally out of a ball bearing application, and also potentially higher boost levels. So it will deal with a higher boost level while still remaining cool. Things to remember with a ball bearing design is that the oil doesn't do everything in this case. So it still needs to be fed by engine oil, which will run through a restrictor, or you can see this one here in this core. So basically, because you only need a very small amount of oil to lubricate these bearing races, it's not doing the cooling. You need to restrict the amount of oil flow generally, or specifically speaking about the boosted range, we recommend no more than 40 to 45 psi worth of oil pressure through the bearing core. Because it's a very small amount of oil that's flowing through there, it also needs to escape at the same time. If the oil gets stuck in here because it can't drain or there's too much oil pressure, it will cause smoking issues because there's too much pressure building up inside of the core. Now, what's going to cool this bearing core? If it's not oil, it is water. So again, the coolant or the water from your engine is basically going to need to be plumbed through the side of the ball bearing core, and that's going to flow around these passages in here and these channels and take the excess heat out of that core. This is especially important when the engine stops and the turbocharger stops. There's an excessive amount of heat that's retained within these cores. The water flowing through here and the siphoning effect that happens once you've turned the engine off will actually draw that heat out of the core, and it keeps the turbo basically more reliable and more consistent. So being water cooled, you'll generally find a ball bearing turbocharger in an endurance application because they have that water flowing through them constantly and the temperature is kept much more consistent. As a result, because it's so important to have the water cooling on there, you must run, if you have a boosted turbocharger that is water cooled, it must be plumbed. If you don't run it, or if you decide not to run the water cooling and there is a potential issue, the warranty will be void. So it is very important to run that water cooling and you'll have a better result. It's not just, oh, I'm not going to plumb that because it doesn't make a difference and I couldn't be bothered spending extra money on the hoses or the fittings. It does actually make that turbo run better because the core stays cool, it stays where it's supposed to be. The oil doesn't get burnt off while it's in the core as well because the overall temperature is lower. So all of those things are really important. Okay, so now we've covered the types of bearing core that you'll find in the boosted range. We're going to drill down on a couple of the features that we've touched on briefly. A couple of really important factors that you have to consider when you're setting up your turbocharger. So we'll start with the journal bearing. As you can see here, we have, this is basically the bearing plate, and you can see these little slots all around here, and this channel all the way around here. It's basically, that's the 360-degree design in our journal bearings. Feeding that oil, this is the bit that we're going to talk about, which is what's the oil feed, what does it do, and why is it important? So we touched on it before, 360-degree journal plate or journal bearing means that it's going to distribute the oil all around the bearing more evenly, which is going to not only lubricate but also cool the journal bearing. It's important to note that because that is supplying a larger area, you do want volume of oil. So there is no water to cool this bearing down. So you want, as a minimum, a -6, so an AN-6 oil feed line to provide the volume of oil required to service this bearing, keep basically the oil flowing and keep the temperature down, as well as lubricating that bearing race. So it's very important that oil feed is a -6 on a journal bearing, so that you can keep everything cool, keep everything lubricated, and there's enough volume of oil. But that's quite different when it comes to a ball bearing core. So when we run back over to,
unfortunately had a drama on the trip up here and the car broke loose in the trailer, did some irreparable damage that couldn't be fixed before the weekend, but we thank them for the effort. So guys, I want you to put your hands together for the Piranha team. They made the effort. Unfortunately, these things happen. Well, we've still got 3 top quality Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro funny cars in the lanes. The first pairing we're going to see is Greg Lay in the Stormtrooper. And in the other lane, we're going to see the Bandit. Now, the Bandit is piloted by Josh Lay, and that's Greg's son. So son and dad in the first pairing here, they're going to come out side by side. And Josh has already told me he wants to beat up on the old man.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become, eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. true, but they don't have a clue, 'cause this is me when I cut out all the shallowness and everything I suppress to fit in a small frame, but I won't play your game anymore, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me, but now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am, this is who I am now. No matter what they're saying, this is who I am, this is who I am now. I'm gonna let them talk, but I ain't following nobody else. How can I be
All right, who's ready for some outlaw funny cars?
respect myself?
Coal Rock Lane, Moundside, Greg Lay in Stormtrooper, Sun in the other lane, Josh Lay in the Bandit. Right, so a few issues back here for Greg Lane. No dramas. We're going to run him in the next pair. We're going to get that car sorted. We're going to run Josh on the solo. I can tell you he's right out against the wall there. So the edge of the track here is where the white line is. Out past there is concrete. And there was dust coming up. He was out there. Put your hands together, Josh Lay. We'll get him when he comes back. But we got a pairing coming up shortly, guys. Unfortunately, Greg couldn't start to run against his son on that time. We're going to match this pair up right now. All right, so we'll get these cars sorted. So guys, what's going to happen here, before they do anything, they're going to make sure there's no fuel in the cylinders. The only way you do that is you back the engine up. So the boys have got a big breaker bar on the front of the engine. They're backing up that engine. They're pumping any excess fuel out of the cylinders, because basically nitromethane is an explosive. If you try and fire that with a cylinder full of fuel, it'll blow the head off it. I'm not even joking. There's a case recently in the States. They had a nitro nitro altered. They didn't back the car up. It blew the head off. Old mate's got all sorts of dramas going on with the leg. That's how dangerous these things got to be. These guys have got to be focused. They've got to go through a very strict procedure and make sure they clear those cylinders before they try and put any kind of spark in there. Now, when I talk about spark, we're talking 44 amps. So, you know, at home you got the plug, you plug into the wall socket at home. You know how much amperage is in that socket? 10 amps. These things take 44 amps to light the fuel. So 4 times the amount of power amperage you got at home in your house socket. That's how much power it takes to fire these things. So once they're happy with that they've backed it up, you'll hear them put the starter on the engine. They'll wind it over. That's to get oil pressure. Once they're happy with the oil pressure, then they get the okay. They start the things on methanol. You can't start them on nitro. Like I said, these things will eject the heads off. You've got to start these things on methanol. You'll hear them start, and you'll hear the note change. It'll change. That's when the nitro starts to work its way through the system. So the boys are actually going to make a quick change here on the Greg Lay car. I heard a bit of a murmur. They're going to change the timing a bit. So they watched that run for Josh Lay, and they said, all right, the car got to about half track. You could see it start to haze the tyres, smoke come off the wheels. They're going to go, oh, okay, we're going to make some changes. We're going to see if we can get down there a little bit better. I'm just going to throw you in the deep end here, Matt. Don't worry. I'm not going to tell you. We've got Matt down here from Empire Trailer Hire, one of our sponsors. We've got some of our sponsors out here in the middle. It's all right. They've signed forms. It's all clear. All right, Matt. Have you ever experienced anything like that before?
Nah, never. That was insane. That close, that feeling, can't beat it.
Mate, it's not only... So the nitro, I don't know if you got the nitro then enough to cry.
Not yet.
Okay, we'll fix that. You've got 2 cars coming up shortly. You cry, you feel it, the noise. It's an all-over experience, isn't it?
It is. The feeling is louder than the noise. I felt it before I heard it.
All right. Thanks for coming on board as a sponsor once more, and I hope you enjoyed this experience, mate.
come on, guys, make some noise. How about the pedal? How about the pedal? Greg's in there flapping away on the accelerator pedal to get that down there. Some come off the car. Brandon's just near half track there, so that obviously affected his pass. But guys, that's Outlaw Funny Cars for you. How good's that? How good's that? We'll grab the guys as they come back up, guys. Make sure you make some noise for them as they come up the return road. I can tell you, here comes Josh, not too far away. We'll see if we can grab him. But guys, but get down to the fence, make some noise for these racers as they come back, and let them know you appreciate this effort they're putting in.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become, eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they saying, this is who I am. This is who I am now. They think that I have lost my mind, that I'm not being true, but they don't have a clue. 'Cause this is me when I cut out all of the shallowness and everything I suppressed to fit in a small frame. But I won't play your game anymore, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from
All right, quick chat down here with Josh Lay. So, mate, a little bit disappointed couldn't run against Dad, but, I mean, you kept us on his toes. I stood behind you on that one, mate, and that was a wild ride.
Yeah, look, it left good, felt good until about half track, and once I plucked top gear, it was a bit skatey, but look, we kept it up on all four wheels and, in the lane, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Mate, in terms of you in the seat, I mean, can you feel all that happening? I mean, like, we could see it from here, but like you said, it got up on the tyres, it started to smoke the tyres, then it stepped out big time. But, I mean, you did a fantastic job of steering it.
Nah, thanks for that. Look, I really appreciate everyone coming out to see us, put on a show because we really love racing and we really love Nitro funny cars.
Mate, I think Dad was scared.
Did you ask him?
We'll ask him when he comes back. That's why he didn't want to run you, but maybe you'll get to run him later, eh?
Yeah, look, I'd love to because, it's nothing better than having bragging rights at the dinner table. So it'd be good to race him, next round or maybe round 3.
Good on you, mate. Thank you. Thank you for putting on a fantastic show. The guys, they're coming out for 2 more rounds later on. We've got 6 o'clock. We've got 8 o'clock. We'll grab the other boys when they come back, but put your hands together for Josh Lay. And Super Street. Junior Dragsters and Super Street to the lanes, please. Junior Dragsters and Super Street to the lanes. All right, guys, I got down here, I got Greg Lay from the Stormtroopers. Greg, what about that pass, mate? That's old school, mate. Just having a crack at it, pedaling a bit. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, there was a bit of pedaling and a bit of zigging and a bit of zagging and a bit of holding the brake, and the fire bottles went off when it shook the tyres. So I had stuff coming out inside the cabin, and I was like, it still sounds all right. I'll keep going and see how I go. And so, yeah, had everything.
So, mate, a little bit disappointed couldn't run against Josh on that one, but I said you were scared, mate. That's my tip.
Well, I just don't want to upset his mother, see?
Oh, nice. Good. Hey, you're smart.
Keeping good with the family, you know.
Smart man. Mate, you guys had to make a quick change there before that one, just to get that one down there?
Yeah, we've had an ignition gremlin that we've been chasing for a while, and it seems to be quite happy on the jack stands, and when we put it on the ground, it doesn't want to start. So we had to just rewire it so that we had no timing delays or taking any timing out. So that is old school. Like we'll just put the timing there and see how we go. So it was, thankfully, my crew just do an awesome job, and we just had a guess at the timing, and it had plenty of power.
Mate, did you see Josh's run? It was pretty wild.
Well, that's the way he is. You wouldn't think he's an accountant, would you?
No, good stuff, mate. Thank you. And we'll see you back out here shortly. Put your hands together for Greg Lay. So it was a good first session. So guys, all the teams will go back. They'll check all their data from those runs, and they'll make some changes for the next one. Now they know what the tracks can sort of take. They'll look at the weather conditions, because we're talking about another hour and a half before we hit the second session out here at 6 o'clock. So they'll go back, they'll make some changes, and these guys have got a lot of data they can go back to. They put plenty of runs in on all sorts of different tracks all around the country. They've got tune-ups ready to go. So they'll go back and they'll go, okay, that worked, that didn't work, whatever the case may be. They'll make some changes, they'll be back out at 6. Lanes, please, lanes. Oh, juniors. Juniors to the lanes, juniors to the lanes, Super Street to the lanes. I got 1,000 chiefs down here at the moment.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
Look as far as I can see, but you don't want to talk to me, no. And not through words, not through songs, not through whispers, not through phones. When I look at you, I know that got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song.
Start with junior dragsters. Junior dragster, if you're not there, we need you there. Super Street, we need you in the lanes also. We need Mod Bike to get ready. All right, so we're going to racing here. We're going to start with junior dragsters. So each racer nominates a dial-in. That's their nominated handicap time. That's how we work out the handicap on the start line. It's a good chase on here. We've got young Clayton Gorman. Full tilt transport lane. Dial in 1200. Going to take on Grace Summer. 8.18, so nearly 4-second head start to the right-hand lane. So about as big a chase as we'll see today in any bracket. Oh, he's thrown a red line. He left a little bit early, unfortunately, for young Clayton. All right, next pairing up. How about the two sisters, Flynn and Charlie Narensky, for JB Automotive Family Racing. So pair of C Junior dragsters. Flynn dialed in slightly quicker, 0.2 of a second quicker. 11.98 the dial in for Flynn. 12.18 the dial in for Charlie. Charlie in the right-hand lane. That's our Phil Tool transport lane. She's in the pre-stage. Just waiting on young Flynn to bump in. So red light for young Flynn, unfortunately. Good light for Charlie. She went 0-1 on the tree. So we're looking for a 12.18 in Charlie's lane. 12.26 is a good one. And a 12.07 in the other lane. So not a bad pass by both the girls. Unfortunately, young Flynn just went a fraction too early.
I can guarantee it's not on me.
So each racer gets 3 rounds of racing. Then we look at the results. We work it out from there. Another big chase on here, another 4-second chase. Over 4 seconds, actually. This is bigger than the last one. Ashley Pinkstone, she's in the Coal Rock lane. Dialed in with a 7.99. Ruby Summer, 12.20. So the Summer racing car will take off first. There she's a... Oh, no, slightly too quick as well. Ashley Pinkstone takes off, gives chase. She's looking for 7.99 on the board. She goes 7.99. 7.99 on a 7.99. 0.8 on the tree. Super Street about to come forward. Super Street brought to us this weekend. Thank you to Empire Trailer Hire, and we talked to Matt out there in the middle earlier. So thanks for all the wonderful sponsors. We can't do without them. And guys, like I say, always support those that support us. That's how the wheels turn. We got to say thank you for your support and support those businesses. So we had a little glitch in the first pass here in racing for the junior drag. So we're going to run that pairing again. Right before we run Super Street. Mod bike in the lanes, please, if you're not already. Mod bike to the lanes competition. Start rolling, please. All right, here we go. We'll run this pairing again. So, young Clayton Gorman and Grace Summer, 3.82 second head start for the young fella, the 9-year-old Clayton Gorman. The Tower side here, dialing with a 12.00, 818 for young Grace Summer. Always impressed with how good these little junior dragsters look. Always fantastic presentation. So young Grace went off a little bit early. How early? 12 thousandths of a second too early. Put a red light on the tree. Clayton Gorman's your winner in that one. Round 2 with one win against his name. Super Street up next. All right, the tow vehicle. The Silverado for Dallas Everett, 2.8 second head start over the Monaro for Angelo Cesari. So 12.00 the dial-in for the big Chevy. The LS powered Monaro, 9.2. He's got nearly 3 seconds to make up. You'll see the mound side go. There goes Dallas. Oh, red light. What's with the red lights today? Red light. Everyone's so keen to get going. Cesari looks like he rounded him up pretty easy anyway. 9.34 and a 9.20 for the win. Dallas Everett, 12.41. Daniel Dodds. The Vacationer. Remember the Vacationer? The family would just load up the station wagon and go to the beach. 10.29 the dial in for him. Josh Moore, 9.48 in the Cortina. So Josh Moore pulls up alongside him. Now they get to the finish line together. Josh Moore got it. 9.50 and a 9.48. It's a good one. Daniel Dodds was right there too. 10.33 and a 10.29. So they have the tow vehicle. Harry's in the big Chevy. $12.00 10. HQ Ute. Got away pretty sharply, but already Ronnie Shaw's up alongside him, but he want to play it smarty. He doesn't want to go too fast, and he didn't. He did it well. 10.73 and a 10.50 for the win. Ronnie Shaw will take a win into round two. So uneven field for this one in Super Street. That means our number one qualifier, top qualifier, will get a solo here. That's Errol Younger. 06 on the tree. 10.77's the target at the finish line here. We go to 1,000 feet where the Aeroflow flags are right there. And he goes 10.83. So fairly solid pass there for Errol Younger. Learn to ride. Mod bike, next pairing. Coming out very shortly. Competition, we need you there, please. If you're not already, competition in the lane, Super Comp. Super Comp, I'll get you to start heading around shortly as well. But competition, you're up next. Super Comp, not far away. Dean Mason, Leigh Skinner. This one, 884 takes on 875. There's not much in the reaction time. The better of it slightly to Mason on the Hayabusa in the left lane, and he'll get the win. He went 890 on 875. Leigh Skinner, 898. Doug McMillan and Cam Horn. So the MT-09, Yamaha for Cam Horn, 900. Dougie McMillan, 854 on the board. Cam Horn got away a little bit better. McMillan looks like he swallowed him up pretty quick, but no, Cam Horn got there. There was nothing. Cam Horn got there, 911 on a 900. Doug McMillan, 859. Another close race here, nothing in this one. 0.2 of a second difference on the start line. Vanessa Rodman and Wayne Irwin. So a pair of 750s, pair of Suzukis. Katsuni for Vanessa Rodman. 878 takes on 855, so the yellow bike with the chase. Right, on the start line again there for Irwin, still trying to get on top of that clutch situation. Rodman has a sneaky look over the shoulder. Rolls off the throttle, goes 893. Irwin's 887, not good enough. Dale Marshall. Justin Brennan. We've matched these up nicely in the first round here because here's another close race. 0.4 of a second. So as the amber lights come down on the tree, they come down 0.4 of a second apart. So literally one amber light apart. 880 for Marshall. 840 for Brennan. Brennan's away. Oh, but he got away slowly. He got away slowly. He's got some work to do. Dale Marshall still out in front. And Brennan. Oh, Brennan got it. Dale Marshall got there first, but he went too quick. He went 870 on an 880. That's a breakout. He went quicker than his nominated time. He gave the win to Justin Brennan, who'd almost given it up. Janine Marshall. Jacob Mott, 1.4 seconds here. So Janine's pretty sharp on the tree. Let's see how she goes here. Can she put the pressure on Jacob Mott? Oh, she does, 0.13. Oh, and Mott went 31 hundredths of a second too early on the start line. Janine Marshall will get the win in round one. So 1 on the tree there for Janine Marshall. Good job. Jeff Marshall's turn. So we've seen Dale, we've seen Janine, now it's Jeff's turn. 1000 on the GSXF. Full tilt transport lane on our side here on the tower side. 1000 takes on 1095. So Michael Mott's got to get that big Kawasaki motivated. sharp on the tree. There's no real advantage there to anyone. Here comes Marshall at the finish line, and he got there. He got there with a 10.00 on a 10.00. There, spot on the dial in there for Jeff Marshall. 01 light, 10.00 on a 10.00. Going to be tough to beat 99 times out of 100. Craig Ritelli, top qualifier. Solo, first round. Seven on the tree. Little drive. Test the dial in at 9.25. He goes 9.30. We go from 2 wheels to 4. We moved into competition. Doggone fencing. VL Commodore for Luke Spittle. Daniel List. Daniel List, he'd been around for a little while, run a couple of different cars. Solid racer, so tough one here for Luke Spittle in the first round. So they're less powered. VL Commodore takes on Daniel List. Got 422 cubes of small block Chev in the Tirana. He'll use all that to try and get Luke Spittle before they get to the 1,000-foot finish line. Fraction too early, red light. That'll decide the race. Liss was right there, but for the taking. 0-1 on the tree, goes 8.42, so he broke out as well, so he's going to have to adjust the dial in. They actually both went too quick. But it was all decided on the finish, on the start line, I should say, after Luke Spittle left the red light there. Late model forwards here. We got Aaron Tees in the Falcon. We got Brad Price in the Mustang. 0.2. 880 takes on 86. Aaron Tees. How many red lights are we seeing today? Everyone's having a crack at the tree. Unfortunately, it's not coming up cream for a lot of them. 04 on the tree. Price got the pedal a little bit early. I'm going to say 883 on his 860. Aaron Tees 899 on the 880. 3 rounds of race for everyone. If you're mucking up in the first one, you've still got 2 rounds to try and get some redemption. Mark Barraclough, the other Mustang. 8.30 the dial in. It's got the belt-driven supercharger on this one off to the side. Starting to get on top of this one. 8.30s all day today. Kylie O'Reilly. 870 in the little Mitsubishi. Anger management. So neither of them are real good on the tree, but they're both equally not so great. That makes sense. 874, Kylie O'Reilly gets it. 850 for Barraclough. So 74 on a 70 for Kylie O'Reilly. She get the W next to her name. Richard Dorr. Once again, uneven field. Top qualifier get a bye in the first one. .932 going to test this dialing. you take a trophy home today, you've been sharp. 9:26, 9:32. Might have to rethink that dial in for the next one. Not when you're on your own, but when you're against someone else, you don't want to go quicker than that. As we have a look at Lockie Patton and Sean Boucher. 9:40 for the Statesman, for Lockie Patton. Having a bit of fun in the streetcar. Sean Boucher, 9:30. HSV Killer on the number plates. Is it a Statesman Killer? Let's have a look. No. 9:48 on the win for Lockie Patton. 03 on the tree. 06 for Sean Boucher. Good old race. Solid race by both those guys there. Lockie Patton got the best of it. Dino Gorman didn't have a great qualifying. Couple of little issues. Let's hope they got that resolved. Cody Hargraves beside him in the Commodore. So the Statesman box step in this one. Sounds like Hargraves tagged the limiter out there. That might hurt him a little bit. It did. Gorman got there. 34 on a 30 for the win. 64 on a 50. Not a bad pass from Hargraves. Move into Supercom. MI Scaffold. Great to have those guys on board. Been great supporters out here. Had Power Fest event out, Sugar City Power Fest out here only 2 weekends ago. We had a couple of MI scaffolding structures set up as viewing platforms. All right, a little bit more supercharge action. Pontiac Trans Am for Simon Daly. You just got to hold it flat till it starts to get away from you. Get out of the pedal. Simon Daly doesn't mind giving it heaps. So 597 the dial in. He went 6.00 best in qualifying. Giving himself a little bit of margin. Gavin List 6.29, and that's exactly what he did in qualifying. So no easy races here in Supercom. A fantastic field, quality field. You come out with the chocolates this weekend in Supercom, you've fought a good race. So Daly and radioacting. A little bit of a chase here on the dragster. Oh, Daly actually better on the tree. A little bit of a skate at half track there. Daly got there, 6.01 on a 5.97. Gavin List went closer to the dial in, but it was a better reaction time for Daly. 6.01 on a 5.97 for the win. Gavin List, 6.31 on a 6.29. That was a good old race. So the supercharged cars keep coming. This one in a billy car, in an open car. Rod Scanlon. The supercharged car for Rod Scanley went 583 in qualifying, 582 on the dial-in board for him. He thinks he can run that again. Greg Crane, 730. Got the carburetted Mopar engine. So close enough to call the 1.5 seconds start here. But Greg Crane, from outside, you're going to be cheering him on. He's going to be out in front. Rod Scanlon's going to be hunting him down. Nice scaffolding, super comp, round one. Start line with the red light, 05 on the tree, runs it out the back door, goes 599, 276, but your winner in that one, 735 on a 730, Greg Crane. A couple of regulars here at Palmyra, Dale Sonigan, the VT Club Sport. Brad Turner in the other lane in the altered. Brad Turner's got the small engine, 622 cubes, a big one. Dale Sonigan's he's got an extra 10, he's got 632. Alson again in the club sport, a little bit of a chase. 684, 659 for Brad Turner. The car's down a little bit off song for Turner. Let's see if it comes through. So they're both red lit. Sonigan did it first. Brad Turner will get the win, 656 on a 659. Sonigan, 8 thousandths of a second too early on the start line through the dreaded cherry on the tree. Heavy hitters keep coming. Adam McNichol, Pontiac Grand Dam. $6.22 the dial in. What did he run in qualifying? 6.22. Greg Horton, 7.39. He did that twice in qualifying. He also did it with a number one top qualifier. Reaction time, a 0.001. So no easy wins in Supercomp. Oh, McNichol the swing. He went 0-1-4, red light. He went 6.23 at the other end. Oh, that's broken. That hurts. 23 on the 22, 0-1-4, red light for Adam McNichol. Greg Horton, your winner in that one. Rolled out of the pedal early too, went 7.58. So nice strong burnout. Dallas Everett, 6.15 in the Bantam Altered. Reverses up about as quick as he burns out. Tough racer, Dallas Everett. Darren Garricky. Starting to get on top of this combination. Turbocharged 6-cylinder Skyline. The drama Garricky's been having this weekend is with the bump box. You'll see him come in, he'll start to bring the revs up and then bump the car forward, but it's been lurching too forward. Let's hope he can get it under control on this one, because he's against Dallas Everett. Oh, he saved it on that one. Good start. Oh, 1-1-3. 07, so he's putting a race to Dallas Everett here. Here comes the Altered back at him. They get to the markers. Everett got there. 6.16 on a 6.15. Garricky, 7.50, not to be ashamed at all. 7.50 on a 7.40, 1.13 on the tree, not bad. But you're against Dallas Everett. LS takes on Coyote. We've got Dave Shee from CPV tuning in the Mustang. 7.55 the dial in. Gary Smith in the Altered, 7.12. On the tree. Gee, we're seeing some tough racing this afternoon. She's there. Smith coming back at him. Smith got there. Smith went 7.14 on a 7.12. She not far off the marker. 7.59 on a 55. Race bike not far away, so race bike, if you're not there, we need you there. And Rob Caddy breaks the piece out there. Turbocharged RX2, rotary. Steve Summer. Highly strung small block. Chev in the Pontiac Trans Am. So Summer a tough racer. Rob Caddy. Making all the right moves. The little rotary. Listen to this thing on the two-step. Listen to the rotary. Over at the start line, they're still going to put on a sharp race. And Summer went 40 on a 39 with an 04 light. So Caddy knows he was in for a run, had a shot at it a little bit too early. Red light decides it. This guy, Aaron Smith, we tagged him on the end of the field here. He's still in the testing phase with this car. It's too good not to put out there on track. Charger. So listen to him bring the revs up on this thing and throw the clutch. Rip the leg off the clutch, let it bite. Couldn't find gears. Couldn't find gears. You could hear it bog down and bite pretty hard there at the start. Couldn't find the gears he wanted. What do we got? Quick battery change for Dave. So big shout out to the boys from the Overtaking Lane. There's 4 of them here this weekend. They're live streaming our show, well, to the world. We've had all sorts of visitors on the stream. Where did we have last night? We had them Poland, UK, US, Brisbane. No, we had them from everywhere. It's a Dirty Mule. Hello, Dirty Mule. So if you're on the live feed, thank you. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the show. We sure are. We got some quality here. Nice full pits out there.
Up or down?
The hill looks fantastic. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming out tonight. We know you have a fun time. Don't forget the funny cars. We'll be out 2 more times tonight. The next one, well, where it's approaching. 6 o'clock is the target. 8 o'clock the third round. So those cars require a lot of maintenance, a lot of preventative maintenance, let's say that. The teams will be down there working feverishly to check everything over. Not only that, but to make some changes based on what they found out on the first round. So on top of that, they've got to take into consideration the weather's changing. Obviously that sun's disappearing. All sorts of things, but they're pros. These guys go all over the country. Putting on one hell of a show. All right, race bike. Electric Machinery Sales. Our sponsor for this one. First pairing up, Russell Bell and Rachel Wilkins. Nice strong burnouts, both lanes there, Rachel Wilkins. 770 the dial in for Rachel on the Suzuki. The Kawasaki, that's Russell Bell, the all white and black bike over here. Tower side, full tilt transport lane. 746 the dial in for him. Wilkins, a few dramas out the start line again. Russell Bell having a quick sneaky look over the shoulder to make sure he had it covered. He went 761. Rachel went 807 that time. Next pairing up, Lisa Skinner, Greg Martin. There's nothing in this one. 400ths of a second different in the dial in. 746 takes on 750. Slight. Very slight. One. Got away all right. Looks like she got the shift. Going to make this one. Greg Martin. Get her from there. Lisa Skinner got it. 7:59. So when it counted, first round of the race, and 7:59 on a 7:50. Greg Martin. 7:73 was a little bit off the pace. Lisa Skinner, your winner in that one. And just like that, we are done. 1 round of race and 2 rounds of racing to go for all competitors. Can I have Junior Dragsters and Super Street to the lanes, please? Junior Dragsters and Super Street to the lanes, please, for round 2. So Junior Dragster, Super Street, the lanes, Mod Bike, get ready. Start rolling as well. That's all right. I was just going to say my babysitting fees are not cheap. All right, there's the Pied Piper down there. What are they throwing out? Doritos. It's a rotary. They're throwing out Doritos. They must be throwing out corn chips. Throwing out samples of castor oil and Apex seals. Haven't seen that many people around a rotary since pack racing. Great to have you all here, guys. Hope you're having a good time. We've got plenty more to come. That's one round of racing. We've got 2 rounds of racing for all our races to go. From all those results, we work out who our finalists are. We'll run them at the end of the night. But, of course, before that, we got 2 more rounds of the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro funny cars coming out. They are due out at 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock. And you thought they're good in the afternoon. You wait till the sun goes down a little bit. You wait till you see the flames. Big shout out to all our vendors out here that come out and support us as well. Got some good tucker here at Palmyra. Fat Jim's, Fat Shag has been there a few times to sample Fat Jim's products at the food truck there. Got Ida's Kebabs. You got Pete and all the team. They're always here with the Dagwood dogs and the nuggets and the chips. Is the ice cream van still here? Was, hopefully. You can have dessert as well. There's adult lemonades at the canteen. Show your ID unless you're with Optus, then it doesn't count.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
So after the first round there, some teams will be happy. They got the first round win. They'll be looking to get 2. They'll be looking to get 3. If you get 3 rounds wins against your name, there's a good chance you'll be very close to a finals position, especially with these tough fields. If you got 3 wins in these tough fields, you'll be looking pretty good for a final position. Get yourself a great looking trophy. A little bit of pocket money too to go in the kitty. So once again, we need Junior Dragster and Super Street to the lanes. We need Mod Bike to start heading around as well, please. Junior Dragster, Super Street to the lanes. We need you there now, please. All right, here come our juniors. They're rolling around for round 2 very shortly. So junior dragster, 8 to 17. That's the age group. So from your 8th birthday, we had young Clayton out here last year on his 8th birthday. First passes down the track here. I think he went triple O light too on his very first time. Very first weekend down the track, he's already got a triple O light, which is a perfect reaction time. I can tell you there's some races that have been racing many years that have never run a triple O. Not for want of trying. All right, junior dragster time. Mackay Regional Council, haven't they been fantastic in supporting this event this weekend and all year round actually out here at Palmyra. Great to have the man out here today, Greg Williamson. Clayton Gorman, Flynn Narensky, 2C junior dragsters. So very closely matched in terms of performance. 12.02 takes on 12.20. So I can tell you young Clayton's 9. Young Flynn wouldn't be far off that, maybe a little bit older. For JD Automotive Family Racing, Clayton's got a list of sponsors. Fleischer Trade, Industry, Savage, Signs a Month. They get away together. Clayton had a bit of a snooze. Flynn was on the money with a 06 light. She'll get there with the win. Actually, Clayton went a little bit too quick. Flynn Narensky went 12.11 on a 12.02. Grace Summer, Ashley Pinkstone, 7.98 takes on 8.20, so 8 junior dragsters. These one we release the restrictions a little bit. They go a bit quicker. These cars go 130k an hour plus over the half track distance. So Grace in the Coal Rock lane, 8.20. Ashley, 7.98. She went 7.99 on the last one with a 7.99 dial in. Light, 04 light. These kids are playing hard. And Grace got there, 8.23. 8.23 on 8.20. Ashley was right there, 8.03 on a 7.98. There was about 45 centimetres in it at the finish line. That's all the distance it was. Nothing in it. Great race by the two girls there. The other summer automotive car. One of 3 cars racing this weekend out of the summer family. Young Ruby, 12.20 the dial in. Charlie Narensky beside it, 12.22. So 0.02 of a second different. just about as close as you can get to a heads-up pass. Oh, young Ruby actually went way too early. Got real keen, took off way too early. He'll give the win to Charlie. And Charlie goes 24 on a 22. Would have been tough to beat, 24 on a 22. Ruby, 12.30 on a 12.20. All right, you can hear in the distance, one of the funny cars has started up their warm-up procedure after their first round maintenance. So they're getting close. We're approaching. We're not too far away from round 2. 6 o'clock's the target. As we move into Super Street. Super Street round 2. Empire Trailer Hire. 24/7. Your local trailer hire specialists. Angelo Cesari gets a solo here. So obviously you get the win. Always a bonus. $900 and a 920. So $900 and a 920. He'll go back and have a rethink about that dial in before round 3. The beauty of getting a solo, obviously, you get a win against your name, which is always a bonus. And it doesn't matter how quick you go, because you've already got that. Can't be taken off you. Dallas Everett, Josh Moore, 2.5 seconds. 9.48 for the Cortina. 12.00 for Dallas Everett. So Dallas Everett, nice light there. Josh Moore, not too. And it's Moore that gets there, 51 on a 48. He's been solid this afternoon. 12.36 for the big Chevy. It's always pretty cool when you can bring out the tow vehicle, unhook it, the trailer off it, and race the tow vehicle. Why not? Harrison Thwaite in the Chevy, 12.00 the dial in. Daniel Dodds, 10.3 in the wagon. So Harry will get the jump. The wagon's already rounded Harry up. He doesn't want to go to. Oh, he really did. I missed that on the start line. Harry's got to win. One job. I had one job to do. Daniel Dodds pretty much had Harry covered, but gave it away on the start line with the red light. A couple of old stages, old Errol Younger and Ronnie Shaw. A couple of guys living young, racing here at Palmyra. 1050 takes on 1077. The Toronto will get the jump. Ronnie slightly better reaction. He might be up alongside Errol Younger already. The Ute looks like he might have this covered. He goes 1051 on a 1050. Younger 1101, not good enough that time. Mod bike up now. Competition, we need to the lanes, please. Competition to the lanes. Leigh Skinner, Nessa Rodman, 878, 889. Skinner away. Oh, Nessa sat there a little bit, so Skinner's got her on the tree. Leith having a look over. You can see that big green helmet. Just sneakily turning to the left. 896 on an 889 will get the win. Rodman went 80 on a 78, but let herself down with a slow reaction time. Slow for Nessa. Another call for competition in the lanes, please. Competition in the lanes. Jacob Mott, Craig Ratelli. Learn to ride Mackay, bringing us mod bike. Jacob Mott, a couple of little grabs there. Oh, Ratelli up on the back wheel on the Triumph. So both sharp reaction times, 05, 03. Jacob Mott got out there and goes 910. 910 and a 900. Craig Ratelli. The wheel stand hurt him a bit. Justin Brennan, Doug McMillan. This pair matched up a heap of times in qualifying and testing yesterday. Now they get each other here in round two. 854 takes on 840. Brennan the better reaction time. 07 on the tree. He's looking for 840 on the boards in the coal rock line. He goes 829. So big break out there. Doug McMillan will get the win. He'll say thank you. So Brendan was ahead, got the nose in front, but gone too quick. So I can tell you from here, in the pits, all three funny cars have done their warm-up procedure and test after their maintenance from the first round. A few final checks, a few top-ups here and there. They'll be heading out. Not too far away. Wayne Irwin, Janine Marshall. Janine Marshall gets another win. She's going well to this afternoon. 10.49 on a 10.40. Marsh gets that one done. 8.98 on 8.55 for Wayne Irwin. Jeff Marshall, 10-0. And Dean Mason, 875. He's on the Hayabusa. On the mound side. So as Marshall got there, he went 10.01 on a 10-0. So another really good pass for Jeff Marshall. And Dean Mason trying to run him down, goes 870 on 875, which is too quick. So that's what happened. You put a good race together in the other lane, you're going to push that racer all the way. Sometimes you're going to push him too far. In that case, he went too fast in the other lane, Dean Mason. So competition up shortly. Michael Mott, Dale Marshall out here. So the third of the Marshall family. He's got to uphold the family here. The other two have done well in their races. They got the wins. Can Dale get a win here? He does, because Michael Mott went red light. So the Marshall family looking strong in round 2. 890 on 875. Right, guys, listen up, please. Listen up, guys. We got a lost young lady here, a lost girl down here. Her name's Hannah. So we've got Hannah down here at the time card box. That's at the end of the canteen. Heading over towards the funny card, the time card box there where we heard out the time cards. We got young Hannah there. She's looking for her parents. So if you're missing a Hannah, or if you'd like to collect a Hannah, or if you've always wanted a kid called Hannah, we got a young lady down there. Young Hannah's looking for her family. One bike to go in this round. Cam Horn. Learn to ride Mackay mod bike. He's going to test the dial in. He wants 905. He goes 910. So there or thereabouts. Not a bad run there for Cam Horn. Competition. Doggone fencing. Our bracket sponsor for this one. Round 2 here coming up. Kicking off, we're going to have Dino Gorman. We're going to have Richard Dorr. Richard Dorr loves a burnout. 922. the dial in for him. 930 for the big statesman for Dino Gorman. So you watch the big statesman get the old twist up as it leaves the line with that big block Chev in the front. Richard Dorr goes 0-1 red on the tree. Dino Gorman will get this one. He was lucky too because he went too quick. He went 928 on his 930 dial in. But the red light was the deciding factor on the start line. Cody Hargrave, Sean Boucher. So Sean Boucher in very much a street car, the BAGT. Dialed in with a 930. Cody Hargraves in this tube chassis. Commodore. A nice little 400 Chev in the front of it. And he got the win as well. He went 856 and 196. Sean Boucher 943. Not good enough that time. Left the door open a little bit. Cody Hargraves walked right through it. Another close match up here. We got Kylie O'Reilly and Brad Price. So the little Mitsubishi Lancer, they come out with a 4-cylinder engine. Not this one. It's got a 308 Holden engine in it. And a very stout one at that. 870 the dial in. Brad Price got this late model Mustang with the supercharger on it. So 860 takes on 870. And Kylie had a snooze on the star line. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. Brad Price gets there and gets the win, 873. So Kylie was close to the dial in, but unfortunately was slow to get away on that one. Had a bit of a snooze. Brad Price, 873 on 860. Will get the job done. Luke Spittle. VL Commodore for him. Lockie Patton. 940 in the Statesman. So red light decides it again. Lots of red lights this afternoon. Everyone's having a red hot go. 946 for Lockie Patton, but the red light gave the win to Luke Spittle, who was right there with the 964. Mark Barakoff got a solo here. Now, I think he was scheduled to run maybe Daniel List, but he got a solo here. No Daniel List this one. Didn't see the car go back to the pit, so maybe some kind of issue, unfortunately, for the team. As Mark Barakoff went 874 and 830. Single here to go in competition. Doggone fencing, round 2. Guarantees. Too easy, the new name for the car. Barra-powered Falcon. Got the turbocharge. So TC going to test his dial in. 870 he reckons the Falcon can go. Let's see how close he gets. 888. All right, so the tractor means only one thing, a little bit of track prep before. Aeroflow, Outlaw, Nitro funny cars hit the track. So a couple of drags with the tractor just to clean that surface up. The funny cars are in the lanes and will be out very shortly.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com. Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
We're just waiting for that next round to come around, but you boys, you work hard out there at the back. What happens between rounds, mate?
Oh, the boys are non-stop between rounds. Basically, we check all the valves and the valve lash, make sure everything's happy, and then that tells us the motor's in good spot. Check the spark plugs, cool the clutch down, reset it, new fuel, new oil, start them up to make sure all the changes we've made have worked, and then we tow them around and go again.
So, mate, data. Data's very important. Obviously, every pass you put down the track, you get some data from that, and you guys have got to sit there on the laptop and analyse all that and make some changes.
Well, the funny thing is these cars don't actually have data loggers on them, so we do it old school. We run spark plugs. We look at the spark plugs because they're the things inside the motor. They tell us what's going on. We look at the clutch. We see how hot it is. We see how much it wore. We have a look what the track does. We talk to the drivers. They normally lie and tell you something didn't happen when it actually did, but you get used to that, and yeah, you just got to make an educated guess on what you think the track can hold, and we try it.
Now, when you say the driver, we'll wait for the tractor to go past. When you say the drivers lie, you're a driver yourself, mate. Is that what happens?
Yeah. No, you got to make yourself look good. No. Look, the drivers have got to be honest because in these things they are our data logger. But that's what makes them so cool is that you're not just relying on a computer and some science whiz kid with a laptop. You got to go old school and make these things work.
So, mate, first round was entertaining in that we saw Josh go first. We saw him use up all the track and then some, but stayed off the wall, which is good. We saw Greg do old school, just pedal it. Greg was out there just flapping on the pedal and got it down there. And some kind of little issue over there for Brandon, mate. All good there?
Yeah, no, it was all good. Josh got a little slap on the hand for driving that thing a little bit close to the wall because we want to take him and the car home in one piece. But Greg did an incredible job. That bloke's just an old school. He's been racing for longer than all of us have been alive. So that's just years of laps and experience. And Brandon's car, we got a little bit excited and thought we could throw a number at it, but we just overstepped it on that. So we'll slow him down a bit for this one, which will speed him up as much as that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, hopefully with the clouds going, the sun going away, and a bit of cloud cover, there should be some good flames for the fans.
Mate, thank you. Thank you for being here and all the team. You just put on a fantastic show. Keep it up. All right, guys, Nitro Funny Car's about to come forward. We can see Josh Leahy in the Bandit. We can see Brandon Goswell over here on your side, on the Mound side in King Kong. This is going to be a ding-dong battle. Very similar cars. You can see the same body style, the Pontiac Trans Am body style. So very similar cars. And these guys, they're sharing all their tuning tips, and they just want to get down there and put a show on for you guys.
great pass there. Have a look at Josh Lay. 480 straight down the middle. Straight down the middle. 374 kilometres an hour over the 1,000 foot. .480 straight down Broadway. You can see Brandon Goswell. The beauty is when the sun goes down, you can see the flames. You can see Brandon in there working. He wanted to get that car down the track. You can see the flames up and down, up and down. He had a couple of goes at it. He had to get out of the throttle.
Nitro. Don't look at me, I wasn't crying. He stopped before the turn, so I just got to wait to get him off. Did you go over there this way? Handed over the duties?
Yeah, I just give him a run. He'd never done it before.
So we just got one funny car down there. Brandon Goswell in King Kong has pulled up a little bit short. You can see him down there at the very far end of the track. We'll wait till that car's clear the end of the track, obviously, before we get Greg Lay out here in the Stormtrooper. Guys, how are we enjoying the funny cars? One more to go in round two here. We saw Greg Lay come out before. We saw him have a real wild ride out there. You could see him, old school, just pedaling, trying to make that car work. You know he's in there, he's on the lever, he's trying to pull the brake on. He's trying to make everything work, all the skills. Greg's been racing for many, many years, and he's used everything out of the toolbox to try and make that car get down there. You know they've gone back, they've made some changes. We've just seen Josh go 480. I can tell you that's a really solid pass. The team are very happy. And you know Greg's going to swing there. Now he's got a benchmark. He's got to go and beat his son that just went 480.
Only because we've got 5,000 followers. That was the body. I think we're about
I spent all the biscuits up there.
We always look after the
All right, so all clear from the top end. We got one to go. We got Stormtrooper. We got Greg Lay strapped in there. You'll see the team down there now. They'll put the starter on the front. They'll check for oil pressure. Oh, they've done that. They've done that. We're ready to go. Oh, that was a ride. They're almost as fun to watch, those ones. Greg Lay out there, like I said, many, many years of experience. He's run plenty of fast cars. He's having heaps of fun out there. You can see him pedal and get on off that thing. It was rocking and rolling, but he got it on down there. 5:33 there for Greg Lay. Didn't quite get the sun. Josh has set the benchmark with a 480. Guys, funny cars. How good are they? We got them coming back out at 8 o'clock tonight. They'll go back to the pits. What Morris was describing before, that's all got to happen again. They got to go back. They got to check valves. They got to check all the. They got obviously drain the fuel, drain the oil. You only get one run out of oil. You got to change the spark plugs. You only get one set of runs out of a set of spark plugs. You got to go back and do all that. Get it ready for the next one.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become, eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they're saying, this is who I am. This is who I am now. They think that I have lost my mind, that I'm not being true, but they don't have a clue. 'Cause this is me when I cut out all of the shallowness and everything I suppressed to fit in a small frame. But I won't play your game anymore, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook
Down here I got Josh Lay, mate. Now I know what you were doing. Look, before you were testing all the boundaries, and that one you went straight down the middle. How was that one?
Yeah, nice and straight, felt good. Couldn't really ask for better, really, so well done, Brandon. Look, thanks everyone for sticking around for the second round, and pretty keen to see how I go against Dad next one.
Well, Dad was after it on that one, and he doesn't want to give up, man. And I love, like, you know, as good as you young guys are, it's good to see an older guy in there with a bit of experience because he never gives up. You can see him in there. He's having a hammer, but I mean that thing of yours, man, that was fantastic to watch.
Yeah, it felt good in the car too. So if it looked good on the outside, trust me, it felt good on the inside. But yeah, look, I know Dad's got the experience. He's just trying to make sure he can, have bragging rights next time we pair up.
Next round, mate. That's the best one.
Yeah,
next one.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, everyone.
Good on you, mate. Put your hands together for Josh Lay, guys, in Bandit. Brandon snuck past us again. We'll have to get Brandon. We'll get him on the next one. Can we have Supercomp to the lanes, please? Supercomp to the lanes. We'll get you around to the lanes. We'll get underway shortly.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com. Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, just quickly, just grab Greg Lay here heading back from Stormtrooper, mate. I mean, as much fun as a mate's be to go down there every time. That must be a bit of fun too, pedalling like that.
That's actually my favourite bit. I think these things designed to go straight, you're wrong.
And I said to the young Josh, I mean, he's doing a fantastic job, 480 on that one. But I said, you know, the old guys, you know, I love the pedaling, I love the tenacity.
Yeah, well, we've got a real old school tune-up in our car, which basically leaves it to the driver to brake and pedal and all that. So yeah, it gets a bit busy in there.
Good on you, mate. Looking forward to round 3, you and Josh together. Greg Horton, Darren Garacki, side by side. Horton gets away, carrying the front wheels out. Oh, got all sorts of crossed up out there on the track. But he got there. Wow. Went the long way, but got there. Greg Horton. Wow, that's a steer job. Horton gets away, carrying the front wheels out. Oh, got all sorts of crossed up out there on the track. So race bike to the lanes if you're not already, race bike to the lanes. Super Comp here in front of us, Super Comp this weekend. Orders by MI Scaffold. Thank you guys. Thanks to the team at MI Scaffold as we watch Simon Daly take on Dave Shee. This car of Dave Shee's is loud, but it's not as loud as a blown car. He'll get out in front. He's got a second and a half head start over Simon Daly. Threw it away on the start line with a red light. Daly coming home strong. Yeah, it's a 5.99. 5.99. What was the dial in? 5.99. 5.99 on a 5.99 for Simon Daly. So Dave Shee red lit, Simon Daly also red lit, but Dave Shee did it first. The result goes in the favour of Simon Daly. You want to know the difference at the finish line? How about 3 centimetres? 3 centimetres, a tenth of a foot, 3 centimetres. Gary Smith, Adam McNichol. Laura Galliano's Pontiac Grand Am. It's for sale, the trailer's for sale, everything's for sale for the right money. $732 cubes, a big block chef, 621, the dial in for him, Gary Smith. Nearly a second in it. So you'll see the Mound side lane will get the head start by just under a second. Adam McNichol. Then has to put the head down and try and beat him to the finish line. Nothing in the reaction times. Gary Smith still out in front, but McNichol come around him. Nice one. 6:23 on a 6:21 with an 04 light. Always going to be tough to beat. Gary Smith went all right. He went 07, but just a little bit off the dial in there. McNichol snuck through. Rod Scanlon. In the supercharged big block Chev Altered, he's going to take on Brad Turner. So Brad Turner's got himself a mean little Altered. It's 622 cubes, a big block Chev. It's got a carby on the top. Rod Scanlon's got a big block Chev as well, but his has got a supercharger. So 0.78 second head start here from Brad Turner. And you know he'll hear this blown car coming and coming home strong. Just about ready to go. Both cars will bump into pre-stage. Scanlon goes in first. Waiting on Turner in the Coal Rock lane. There he goes. We're just about ready to go. Brad Turner went early. Rod Scanlon got out of the groove. And he's either out of the throttle or the thing shut off. But anyway, he got the win. Pretty, but he got the win. Rod Scanlon. Brad Turner, red light. Lots of red lights. Good sized crowd, a little bit of pocket money on offer. Tough racer in the other nut lane. And you know you have to have a red hot go at the tree. So another altered battle here. Dallas Everett, Greg Crane. Dallas Everett, tough. 612 the dial in. Greg Crane, 730. He's been impressive today, Greg Crane. He'll take it to Dallas Everett here. No easy races in Supercop. There, Greg Crane just left, just gone, way too early. Dallas Everett still running out the back door, goes 0-4 on the tree, 617 on a 612. But Greg Crane just took off, didn't want to wait for the lights.
the next pairing up. Gavin List, Steve Summer. It's a little bit of... Steve Summer in the Pontiac Trans Am. The dial in 638. Gavin List beside him. Now beautiful dragster. Look at that dial in board. We're even got a light up dial in board. That thing's cool. That's a cool car. 629 for the dragster. Tough race, this one. Both of these guys went to the finals at the biggest event on the calendar, the Winter Nationals, back in June. Summer rolls in now, we're ready to go. Oh, 1 to an 03, there's nothing in this. The sedan out in front, here comes Listy. Summer got there. Summer got there, 39 on a 38 with an 01 light. Wow, good racing. This is fun. This is good fun. 633 on a 629. Couple of big burnouts there. And what a show we're watching today. Rob Caddy, a little rotary. Dale Sonigan beside him. How about this, a little turbocharged rotary? You're talking about 1,500. A 1.5 litre engine taking on a 12 litre engine. A little rotary that could. 705 takes on 684. Oh, they get away. Oh, Sonigan goes 005. Rob Caddy 03. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, Sonigan got there, went 0.02 of a second too fast. Your winner, Rob Caddy. So Sonigan was out in front. He went 0.02 of 1 second too fast. He gave the win back to Rob Caddy. Ah, tough break. Tough break. Aaron Smith out there in the Valiant Charger. Great to see that car on track. Looks a treat, as does so many cars here and bikes this weekend. It's a real treat this weekend. Everyone's turning it on, racing hard. The place looks fantastic. Great to see so many of you on the hill. I hope you're enjoying the night. And of course, the boys from the Overtaking Lane are sending this around the world on the live stream. So the best part is you get to all relive it. So Aaron Smith in the Charger. Hopefully Bob Rochelle watching on. Very interested spectator on the live stream. Matty Rochelle too. A lot of history in this car. Bogged down a little bit, but that's a lot cleaner. It's probably one of the best passes we've seen out of the car so far. Yeah, there we go, 718. That is the best pass we've seen out of the car. 718, 222. The boys are getting on top of it. Junior Dragster, another call for Junior Dragster. We need Junior Dragster to the lane, please. Third and final rounds coming up. Junior Dragsters will kick us off. So Junior Dragster to the lanes, please. Junior Dragster to the lane. Super Street, get ready. Race bike. Big shout out to Electric Machinery Sales. Put the hand in the pocket for this bracket this weekend. Greg Martin take on Rachel Wilkins. So the Kawasaki taking on this great looking Suzuki GSX 1100 for Rachel Wilkins. Wilkins tucked in behind the visor, ready to throw the clutch. Few dramas down the start line for Wilkins. Didn't get out as clean as she'd like. Can Martin come around? And no, Rachel got there. Rachel still got there. She went 810 on a 790. Did it on reaction time because Greg Martin didn't have a great one. He went 767 on a 766. Let himself down on the start line. Rachel Wilkins kept the nose in front. So Super Street and Mod Bike to the lanes too, please. Super Street and Mod Bike to the lanes, please. Junior Dragsters, we need you there. Super Street and Mod Bike to the lanes for your third round. Lisa Skinner, Russell Bell, 0.04 difference in the dial-ins. 750 takes on 746. Skinner with the slight head start. Bell negated that on the start line with a sharper reaction time. He's out in front. Lisa will do good to catch him from there. She won't, unfortunately. Good run there for Russell Bell, 753 on a 46. Lisa, 813. Might have had some more issues out there with that bike. And just like that, round two done. Round three, one more to go for all the brackets. Some of our races towing back. Always great to see these guys towing back past the crowd here. Gavin List, Stephen Summer, that was a cracker of a race in round two. So again, junior dragsters up next, guys. If you're not there, please, can we have junior dragsters to the lanes? Super Street to the lanes, mod bike to the lanes. So in just over an hour's time, we'll see the third and final pass for the funny cars for the night. We saw the sun go down. The sun was just about to go on in the last one. It gets better at night time. The flames look better. Carrying the front wheels out. Oh, got all sorts of crossed up out there on the track.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com. Bankshift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator.
available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bank shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables.
And the best part of the juniors, I reckon, is that we've got more girls than guys at the moment. The girls are showing the way. So we've got these budding races coming through, and a lot of them have gone a long way. A lot of junior races have gone on to bigger and better things. Ash Pinkstone, Flynn Narensky. Ash Pinkstone, Flynn Narensky out here. Narensky, so 4-second head start for young Flynn. JB over here gives her the fist bump, says you're ready to go. 12-0 do the dial in on the tower side. Ash Pinkstone, 8-0. Oh, 0-2 for Flynn. Oh, 0-4. How about this? Now we got a race. Now we got a race. Look at that little junior go in the Coal Rock lane. She comes home strong. She got there. She got there, 8-0-4 and 8-0. They went 0-4 and 0-2 on the tree. Very sharp for the two young ladies there. Flynn Narensky a little bit off the pace, went 12-1-7. That was enough for Ash Pinkstone to come through for the win. Nearly 130 kilometres an hour. Third round of race, and some races might have 2 wins. If they get 3, they got giving themselves every chance of making a final. If they've only got 1, they need to make one up here to give themselves a chance. Ruby Summer, Clayton Gorman, 2 C Junior dragsters, so the heavily restricted cars. And these are hard things to work with because you have to make them go slow. Ruby a little bit early. A little bit early for Ruby. Clayton will get the win here in this round. And he went 12-5 on 11.90, so not a bad pass. But young Ruby a little bit early there on the start line. Red light decided it. Grace Summer, Charlie Narensky. Another 4-second chase on here. So Charlie, our side here, the full tilt transport, get the jump. Grace has to be Grace has 4 seconds before she gets her turn. Just taken a little bit too early, unfortunately. And look at that, actually Grace Summer was a little bit lucky. She went 0.02 of a second too quick, but the decision was already made on the start line. She already had the win in the bag. That's Junior. So we'll let the powers that be work out the numbers there, crunch the numbers. We'll work out finalists as the night goes on. And we're running our finals after the last round of the funny cars. The funny cars are booked in at 8 o'clock, so about an hour's time away. I can tell you they're busy over there in the pits. We can see them from here in the tower doing their between round maintenance. Super Street up shortly. Mod Bike, if you're not there, we need you there. Competition, get ready. Super Street. Empire Trailer Hire. Our great sponsor. Daniel Dodd's going to take on Angelo Cesari here. 1.1 seconds. So the wagon. Always love a wagon. A wagon on the drag strip. Because they're not meant to be. Wouldn't be your first choice. Would be for me. They're cool. Bit of a snooze on the line there for Dodds. He went red light before and then he's gone late here. So he's overcompensated. Cesari playing with him. Down there on the throttle, you could hear him. You could see the brake lights on. They both went too quick, but it was actually Cesari who kept the nose in front. 919 on a 920. Josh Moore, he's been good today. 9:48, the dial in. 10:50 for Ronnie Shaw. Ronnie Shaw picks up a trophy here and there too. Keep an eye on him. Got a tough race here. Let himself down a little bit on the start line. Josh Moore goes 06 on the tree. And 52 for a win at the end. 52 on a 48. Josh Moore going well. 10:48 to 10:50 for Ron Shaw. He went a fraction too quick trying to push it to stay in front.
Dallas Everett, the Silverado. Probably got the radio on, isn't it? Errol Young in the Tirana. He was our top qualifier. So Everett out in front, showing some clean heels. He'll get there too. 12.32 on a 12.00, good enough. So Super Street here in front of me, Mod Bike not too far away. Competition in the lanes, please. Competition in the lanes. If you're not there already, competition in the lanes. It's a big Harry out there. Well, little Harry in the big Chev. 12.93. Gets a win. All right, Mod Bike. And shout out to Learn to Ride Mackay. We had Brett here today. He runs his, Learn to Ride courses right here. Palmyra. As we watch this pairing come out. Leigh Skinner, Kawasaki ZX14. Full tilt transport lane. Cam Horn, the Yamaha MT-09. Mound side. Another good line for Cam Horn. Skinner with a bit of work to do. Skinner got there. He was the closest to the dial in. 889 on 887 saved him. On 870. So good race that one, the two Hayabusas side by side. Craig Ratelli, Wayne Irwin. So the little Triumph that could, 675 cc's, the Triumph Street Triple. 750 cc's for the GSXR for Irwin. Fighting hard to get this clutch sorted. Got it
on this one. Oh, but it sounds like he's muffed up the first gear there a little bit. Craig Ratelli out in front with an 05 light will get there. Nice easy win there for him, 9.34 and a 9.28. Janine Marshall out there gets a solo, obviously gets a win, makes the most of it, 10.58 on a 10.35. Two more to go here in the third round. Learn to ride Mackay brings us mod bike. Competition up next. If you're not there, we need you there. Super Comp, start rolling. Jeff Marshall, Vanessa Rodman, 1.22 seconds in it. 8.78 for the little 750 over here. Goes too early. Vanessa Rodman, there's another red light. We're going to burn this red light out tonight. Jeff Marshall, 10.00 goes 10.01. Would have been tough to beat. Would have been tough to beat. Jacob Mott, Hayabusa, Justin Brennan. Having a day on the Ducati. 8.28 the dial in for him. Gets a better reaction time here, already up against Jacob Mott there. Might have missed a little gear there, but did enough. Good reaction time, set him up for the rest of the pass. 8.44 and 8.28. Chase on here. We got Michael Mott. He's a Kawasaki Nomad. The big old cruiser, big old lounge chair, this thing. 11.95 the dial in. The Harley Davidson he calls Frankenstein over there in the other lane. That's Doug McMillan. Oh, Michael Mott had a shuttle at 5 thousandths of a second too early. So this one also decided by a red light, 5 thousandths of a second too early. That's all it takes. 8.60 on 8.50 for McMillan. Mott went 12.25. Competition. Doggone fencing. Doggone fencing. Bringing us this one, Luke Spittle, the VL Commodore. 956, 850 for Cody Hargraves, Commodore on the other lane. Spittle still out in front, Hargraves coming back at him. Spittle went too fast by 7,000ths of a second. Cody Hargraves, your winner in that one. 851 on 850, good pass. Well done, Cody. Next pairing up here in competition, round 3. Guarantees here, Dino Gorman. Nearly half a second in it. You'll see the Statesman go first with a 930 dial in. Aaron T's 882. Gorman got there, would you believe, and broke out by 1,000ths of a second. 929 with a 9. 929 with a 9 on a 930. Aaron Tees was right there when 884 on his 882. 1,000ths of a second too fast for Dino Gorman. Heartbreaking. Here for Kylie O'Reilly. You take them as they come, 869 on 873. So she went a little bit quick, but doesn't matter. You're on your own, you already got the win. Supercomp, if you're not already heading to the lanes, we need you there. Supercomp to the lanes. Race bikes, start getting ready, please, as we watch Brad Price come out. And the Mustang, 850 the dial in. The Coal Rock lane on the Mound side. We've got the fan club down there. Too easy fan club. Brad Price looking for an 850, even though he's on his own, he's going to run it out the back door. Goes 868 on that 850, so not a bad one. So we'll give you the finalists as they come through. We'll group them up a little bit. I'll let you know. We're running the finals after the third round of the funny cars. The funny cars are booked in for 8 o'clock. It's been a fantastic show today from the 3 funny cars. They've been awesome. Lockie Patton, 940. Mark Barraclough in his Mustang, pro charged, 830. 1.1 seconds. Oh, Pat went a little bit early. 9:44 there for Patton. He went a little bit early, gave it away on the start line, 175 kilometres an hour. Barraclough went 8:41. All right, we got a couple of finals coming through, so we're probably going to be able to squeeze some of these in before the funny cars, which is good. So, guys, don't come around the lanes yet because we got Super Comp up shortly, and they are going to fill the lane. So don't come around just yet, but so far we got some finalist pairings worked out. Junior Dragster, the final will be between Ashley Pinkstone and Charlie Narensky. So Ashley Pinkstone and Charlie Narensky. So, guys, once again, don't come around to the lanes just yet for me. I'll give you a yell shortly because we're about to fill the lanes with Super Comp and Race Bike. So don't come around just yet, but the final for juniors will be Ashley Pinkstone and Charlie Narensky. Modified bike will be Jeffrey Marshall and Janine Marshall. It's an all-Marshall final. And Super Street will be Joshua Moore and Angelo Cesari. So once again, guys, don't come around yet. Get excited, you're in the final, but don't come around just yet. We're going to fill the lanes with Supercom very shortly. We've got a big field there. All right, here's a good pairing. These guys meet up regularly here at Palmyra. It's always a good race. Brad Turner, Dallas Everett. Brad Turner in the white car, the white altered 660, the dial-in. Dallas Everett 615 and the black Bantam bodied altered. Handicap in favour of Brad Turner by 0.45 of a second, just under half a second. Sharper light, but some kind of issue out there for Turner. You can see Everett go past him nice and quick. 147 to the 60 foot, so some kind of drama there for Brad Turner. Not sure what it was, but Dallas Everett got there. He was off the pedal early to play it safe. 630 on his 615. Dallas would have looked over, had a quick look over the left shoulder and said, I got him covered. Rolled out of the pedal, didn't want to break out and give it away. Single here for Rob Caddy. A little orange RX2 sedan. On the two-step, up end of the burnout, just testing it out. $750 the diamond. Obviously going to get the win in this round. He's got a solo here. 750, that's the target. How close can Rob get here? Doesn't sound clean on the pass. Go 740. There's something about the car, just didn't sound clean. I went 740. Didn't hurt it too much. So race bike, if you're not there, we need you in the lanes. Please race bike to the lanes. Couple of screaming small blocks. The Coyote engine for Dave Shee in the Mustang. 755 the dial in. Steve Summer 638. Tough race here. Dave Shee in the Mustang. He'll get the head start. You need a good race here, because he's got Steve Summer in the other lane. 06 lights, a better reaction time slightly to Dave Shee. He's out in front. Here comes the Pontiac. The Pontiac got there. 642 on a 638. 766 on a 55 to Dave Shee. Good race. Good race. Less than a metre in it at the finish line. Supercharged action coming our way. We're still in Super Comp. Brought to you by MI Scaffolding this weekend. Ah, Simon Daly. Just hold it flat. No problems. 597, he's dropped the dial in slightly. He was 599 on the last one. What did he run? He ran 599. So he wants to play it safe. He dodged it. He dropped that number by 2. He's gone 2 numbers. He's gone 597 on the dial in. He's up next to Adam McNichol, the Pontiac Grand Am, 621. McNichol will be sharp on the tree. Daly's been good on the tree tonight as well. And breaks out. He goes 595 and breaks out. McNichol gets it. He goes 23 on the 21. McNichol went 04 on the tree. Daly went 03. Daly did it at McNichol on McNichol. But then he went 595 on a 97. He'd be happy with the time, but he went too quick.
Gave the win back to Adam Nickel. That was a good old race. Greg Crane takes on Greg Horton here. There's nothing in the times. Greg Horton had a really big drive job in the last one, but got it done. Got the win. Car carried the front tyres out past this 60 foot and then went out towards the centre line. Horton did well to get the win. 7:39 the dial in for him. Greg Crane in the Alton 7:30. Run through those finalists again shortly. I got another pairing come through as well, so we'll get onto those. Oh, Greg Horton, that thing gets out of there. Have a look at it. Big steer job again. Greg Crane beside him went 005 and got the win. 7:51 on a 7:30. He got it purely based on reaction time. Because Horton was closer to the dial-in, but 2:36 reaction time, not great for Greg Horton. Greg Crane just went 005. Pulled it out when it counted. Well done. Good stuff. All right, we got some finalists. Just a reminder, Ashley Pinkstone, Charlie Narensky, and you guys can just about tow around, actually. We're getting towards the end. They're starting to empty the lanes here for Supercomp, so we got a bit of room there. Junior Dragster, Ashley Pinkstone, Charlie Narensky to the lanes, please. Ashley Pinkstone, Charlie Narensky. For our Junior Dragster final, Mod Bike final will be Jeff Marshall and Janine Marshall. All Marshall final. How cool is that? Family affair. Good stuff. Mod Bike final, Jeff Marshall, Janine Marshall. I'll get you guys to head around the lanes too. Super Street final will be Josh Moore and Angelo Cesari. So if you guys can make your way around too, we're going to get these finals in before the funny cars. And the comp final, first time we announced this one, the comp final is Brad Price and Cody Hargraves. So Brad Price and Cody Hargraves are in the final for competition. So Gary Smith out there. Sounds like the car doesn't want to keep running. He's fired it back up a couple of times. Might be a bit stranded out there at 3:30. All good. Got it fired up. Carby LS in this one. 710 for Gary Smith. Pass here for Gary Smith. Right down the middle, we get to 1,000 in 716. It's not a bad pass at all. 716 on a 710 for Gary Smith. So solo there for him. So just repeating, Ashley Pinkstone, Charlie Narensky will be our junior dragster final. Mod Bike will be Jeff Marshall and Janine Marshall. Super Street will be Josh Moore and Angelo Cesari. Comp will be Brad Price and Cody Hargraves.
Another solo here. We've lost a couple along the way. That's why we got some of these solos. Dale Sonigan gets a solo here. But he's a racer. 683 the dial, and you know he's going to have a shot at the tree. You know he's going to try and run that 683 or very close to. Funny cars at 8 o'clock by my sundial, just under half an hour away. No weight on the tree for Sonny. Got out towards the centre line a little bit, but just nudged it back to the middle. 689. One to go here. Oh, he's starting to get the hang of this. Aaron Smith, nice, big, strong burnout. The Valiant Charger. So single here for Aaron Smith. Moving in the right direction. 7-1 on the last one. It's a clutch operated car, you can hear him. It's an air operated shift, but it is a clutch operated car. He's going to use that clutch to stall it up on the start line and throw that pedal out. Bog down, they're still cleaning that up. It's still a nice pass down the middle. 713, a slight improvement again. And that's all you can ask. 235, the speed was up. 235 on the speed, so they're getting it sorted. Good to watch. Nice to watch. Race bike about to come round, but once again, finalists. If I've called your name out, I need you around to the lanes, please. Supercom final, we got the pairing for that one. Stephen Summer and Dallas Everett. Stephen Summer, Dallas Everett, that is going to be a final in Supercom. So Junior Dragster will be Ashley Pinkstone, Charlie Narensky, Mod Bike, Jeff Marshall and Janine Marshall, Super Street, Josh Moore and Angelo Cesari, Comp, Brad Price and Cody Hargraves, and Supercom, Steve Summer, Dallas Everett. All right, we got another one. We got another lost, not lost, but he's just ventured off. We got young Blake at the canteen. So if someone's missing Blake, or if you can come, even if you're not missing him, if you can come and grab him. Blake's at the canteen. Young Blake's at the canteen looking for his family. Rachel Wilkins, Lisa Skinner, the two ladies out there. Oh, dramas for Skinner, wouldn't shift. Wilkins will run around the outside and go 784 at 228, but Lisa Skinner was out there, out in front, and then you could hear that car, that bike, I should say, didn't want to shift. Oh, wow. There you go. Maybe I should watch what's going on. Rachel Wilkins got there and broke out. Would you believe? I'd already written Lisa Skinner off. Don't tell her that. There's no evidence, is there? Lucky we're not going live or anything. There we are. Never over till it's over. Race bike, it'll be our final bracket of the night to decide our finalists. This is round 3 for these guys. Greg Martin going to take on Russell Bell. 766 takes on 740. The left lane to lead first, that's Greg Martin in the Coal Rock lane. Russell Bell went 002 light. 2,000ths of a second of a perfect reaction time. That'll set him up nicely, and he gets there because Martin found some pace. How about a 47 on a 66, broke down by 0.2 of a second. He'll be happy with the time. But Russell Bell, 002 on the tree. One of the best reaction times in racing, if not the best. Finals time. Finals time. We got them lined up in the lanes. Junior Dragster's going to start us, as they've started each round today. We're going to be our first final here. Who's going to take the chocolates for Junior Dragster? Ashley Pinkstone. Ashley Pinkstone to take on Charlie Narensky. So another big chase, 4.2 seconds. So pretty much the biggest chase we've seen all day. So the 8 Junior Drags are one of the quicker cars. 8.05 for Ashley Pinkstone. Charlie Narensky, 12.25. The tower side to get the jump. Handicap start by 4.2 seconds. This is Junior Dragster final. One, 2, 1 line, not bad for Charlie. Ashley sitting, waiting a turn. Goes 0.9. So slightly better reaction time. In the coal rack lane, Narensky out in front. Here comes Pinkstone. Narensky is your winner. Charlie Narensky is your winner, 12.27. Ashley Pinkstone came home like a rocket, went too quick, 7.99 on 8.05. Charlie Narensky, your winner tonight. Runner-up, Ashley Pinkstone. They're still coming down the return road, but we got our final set for race bike as well. It'll be Lisa Skinner and Russell Bell. Lisa Skinner and Russell Bell will be in the final of race bike. So they're only, like I said, just coming back down the return road. So just sorting out a couple of things here. Big shout out again to the boys from the Overtaking Lane. They've done a fantastic job this weekend. They got a good little team going. They do a fantastic job. Big shout out to Tyler up here in the tower. We got Brad down there on the start line. Dave's out there playing technician at the moment, and Trevor on the wall there. Heaps of positive feedback coming back on the live stream. So we thank them for coming up and showcasing our great track here. If you're on the live stream, if you've been watching, if you've been tuning in, I've been getting messages from everywhere. So thanks, guys. Thanks for tuning in. It's been cool. It's been a really great day here. And I'm glad you just can watch it from home, because you can't always be here. It's the next best thing. And a shout out to all you guys on the hill. Thank you. I hope you had a great day. We are not done. Don't forget the funny cars. You could hear them just start up just before to get their warm-up procedure done. They'll do some final checks on the car. They'll be towing around the lane shortly. But we'll get these finals done. We've managed to get all these rounds of racing through really smoothly tonight, touch wood.
Everything's working down here.
So one final already decided, junior dragster final. Porters, thank you to all our sponsors, but Mackay Regional Council bought us junior dragster. Our winner tonight was Charlie Narensky, runner-up to Ashley Pinkstone. More finals to come shortly. We'll just get these couple of things sorted. Jeff Marshall and Janine Marshall will fight it out in mod bike. Super Street will be Josh Moore and Angelo Cesari. Comp will be Brad Price and Cody Hargraves. Supercom, this will be a cracker. Stephen Summer and Dallas Everett. And race bike, Russell Bell and Lisa Skinner. All right, mod bike final. Learn to Ride Mackay, Brett and the team. Our sponsors for this one. It's all Marshall final. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is husband and wife. I'm pretty sure. They're definitely related some way. Jeffrey Marshall, Janine Marshall. The guys were here last night, put plenty of passes in, got plenty of practice. They've done a fantastic job today, and here's our final. Janine on the tower side here in the full tool transport lane. She's away. 09. Oh, she's got the better reaction time. She set it up nicely. Jeffrey's got some work to do. Janine's still out in front. She's in the right-hand lane here. We're looking for 10.45. Oh, Jeff got around her. Jeff went 10.01. 10.01 on a 10.00. There was 30 centimetres in it at the finish line. 10.01 on a 10.00. What a great race. Jeff Marshall, your winner in Mod Bike, runner-up Janine Marshall. All right, here we go. Here's the final for Super Street. Empire Trailer Hire. Super Street this weekend. Josh Moore, Angelo Cesari. Josh Moore making a habit of this. Last time he was here, he was racing the work van at the road trip event. Made it all the way to the final in the Dial Your Own shootout. 9.48 takes a 9.00, so nearly half a second head start to Josh Moore in the Cortina. 01, a better reaction time to Cesari in the Monaro. So he's been dialing in. I reckon the car can go a little bit quicker than he says. You can hear him on the pedal. He got the win. He got the win. He did enough on the start line, gave himself a little bit of margin down the track. So Angelo Cesari, a winner, 9.07 on a 9.00, 9.52. So Josh Moore was close to the dial-in, but Angelo got him on the start line with a sharper reaction time. Doggone fencing, competition final. Brad Price takes on Cody Hargrave. 860 takes on 850. So the Mustang versus the Commodore. Who's going to get the win here? Will it be the Mustang for Brad Price? Will it be Cody Hargraves? Oh, there's nothing in the reaction times. Nothing in the reaction times. We get to 1,000 Ford. Cody Hargraves, your winner. Cody Hargraves, your winner. 857 on 850. Brad Price, 872 on 860 was right there, but Cody Hargraves, I'm sure he only licensed a meeting or so ago in that car, and he takes a win home tonight. Well done. So good win there. Competition. Cody Hargraves, your winner. Brad Price, runner-up. All right, we got a couple of finals to go, but these guys only just run their third round, so they need a little bit of time to do a little bit of prep to their cars and bikes. So we're talking about Supercom, we're talking about race bike. So the tractors out there, you know what that means. The tractors out there means a little bit of track prep. We do a little bit of track prep today before funny cars. Funny cars starting to tow around to the lanes. They'll be out on track very shortly once the tractor's off there. So, guys, if you're stuck around, congratulations, because you're about to see some fantastic funny car passes at night time.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com. Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
We never show emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. 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 Just let yourself go. Let yourself go.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become, eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt
Outlaw
like
Nitro, funny car time. Third and final time for the night for these guys. I can tell you we're going to start with the solo. We're going to start with King Kong. We're going to start with Brandon Goswell. So Brandon Goswell, you can know that he wants this one to work. The first two passes hadn't been what he'd hoped for. You know the team's working hard back there. They're sharing all the data from the other cars to make this one work.
Oh, that's heavy down here. That's heavy. They worked there hard to make that one work. There's a cloud. There's a cloud of nitro down here on the start line. We're going to finish off with this pair. We talked about it earlier this afternoon. Unfortunately, they couldn't race each other, but they left the best to last. We're going to match this pair up, father and son. So the Bandit, Josh Lay, set the benchmark for the day so far, 480. 480 to the 1,000 foot. Dad Greg Lay in the Stormtrooper. Couple of pedals, couple of big pedals, couple of big drive jobs. 533 best for him. But you know they've gone back and made some changes to make it work. So apparently King Kong's pulled up a little bit short of the brake and turn off there. We're going to have to retrieve the car. These two funny cars sitting down here ready. We'll retrieve that car down from the break-in area there. Guys, we're going to bring the cars back up, all three of them. We're going to park them out up the front here on the return road. I want you guys to make plenty of noise and let them know you've appreciated the show they have put on. We got two finals to go as well, so straight after we run this pair of funny cars, we're going to run those two finals straight after them. We're going to bring them up the return road too. But I want you to let all the racers know that you've had a fantastic day and show your appreciation, especially for these guys with the funny cars. All right, we got the fire up signal. Oh, how was that, guys? How do we like the funny cars? Put your hands together. Put your hands together. We're going to bring them back up the return road. We're going to thank all those racers. We're going to thank the teams for all the effort they put in today. Don't forget, they have to turn those engines around. When I say turn those engines around, they've got to do a heap of maintenance in between rounds to make those cars work. They put on a fantastic show. That one was pretty wild. We had foam blocks going everywhere down there as Greg Lay crossed the centre line in front of Josh. But, hey, everything's A-OK. Both of the cars made it the other end. No problems. We got 2 finals to go, but like I said, guys, stick around, please. The funny cars will come back out the return road. They're going to park up out the front here, and I want you to let them know that you've enjoyed the day.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become, eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free that I'm not being true, but they don't have a clue, 'cause this is me when I cut out all of the shallowness and everything I suppress to fit in a small frame, but I won't play your game anymore, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from
All right, finals time, Super Comp. Stephen Summer to take on Dallas Everett. So the perfect combination to show what Super Comp's all about. We got the Altered, the open car, taking on the sedan of Stephen Summer. All right, guys, bear with us. We've had to... All right, Supercom final time. Stephen Summer here in the sedan. I need to put the dial-ups up so I can see him. Dallas Everett in the altered. So 6:39 previously for Stephen Summer. Let's see. Tough final, very tough races here. 6:39 for the sedan, takes on 6:15 for Dallas Everett in the altered. This is what Supercom's all about. Open cars taking on sedans. Beside him, Everett's coming back at him in the older. The finish line will tell the story. Dallas Everett, your winner in Supercom. Stephen Summer went 39 on a 39, so Dallas must have got him on the tree. Got him on the tree in reaction time. 39 on a 39 and get beat. One to go, race bike final. Lisa Skinner, Russell Bell. So Lisa Skinner, Mount side here. Hasn't had the best day, but you're in the final. You'll take them as they come. $7.50 to dial in for Lisa Skinner. $7.45 for Russell Bell. Kawasaki takes on Honda. Again, Skinner has dramas out there. There we go, there's the result. Russell Bell's your winner in race bike runner-up tonight, Lisa Skinner. Guys, I've got the funny car guys down here. We're going to start with Brandon Goswell because he's been avoiding me all night. Hasn't had the best night because you're a perfectionist, mate, and that's why. And you've done a fantastic job, mate. Thank you for coming tonight. How's the day been?
Mate, I mean, we've had a shocker from a car point of view. But honestly, this crowd is unlike any other around Australia. You guys have been so welcoming, and we just can't wait to come back.
Mate, remember the days when you and we used to zoom around in zero turns and get them bogged while we were mowing lawn? I mean, you've come a long way, mate.
Yeah, look, if I bog a funny car, I've got some serious dramas, that's for sure.
Great to see you, mate. You did a fantastic job. Guys, put your hand together for the man from King Kong, Brandon Goswell. Who's up? Greg Lay. Mate, that was a bit wild. Hey? Took out a couple of our cones down there, so we'll send you the invoice for them. But otherwise, not a bad day.
Yeah, it was a good day. I was trucking on down there, shaking and rattling, and the next thing I went, I don't think I'm meant to be here. I'm meant to go over that way a bit. So anyway, we tried. We did our best. I actually threw it, to be honest with you, because his mum would kill me if she knew I beat him. So
Smart man, very smart man. But you're not supposed to admit to it.
Oh, we're very proud of him.
No, it should be, mate. He's done a fantastic job. Guys, put your hand together for Greg Lay in Stormtrooper. And this guy, Josh Lay, quickest man down the track this weekend. Put your hands together for Josh Lay. Come on, mate, come in here. Had a couple of wild rides again, mate. That one didn't quite stick, but that second run was a cracker.
Yeah, the second one was really good, and we thought, all right, we've got a handle on it. Come out for this last round and, spun off the line, just slapped it and, got back down, short shifted a little, and then next thing, Dad's in front of me. That's not going to work out. So peeled out and rolled on through. So it was good fun and, He says it's because of Mum, but it's not. He's just scared of me. So.
Good stuff, mate. The best part is, I mean, of course, Kelsey here helping you. But the way you guys all dive in and get the job done, it's a fantastic group to watch, and we appreciate you guys coming here. So thank you, one here, mate. You coming back?
Oh, I'd love to. This has been a great day, so we'd love to come back. You guys have been awesome. Really appreciate you coming out, and we'll see you next time, hey?
Guys, put your hands together for all the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro funny car, the teams as well. They're the guys that work harder back in the pits, but there's the drivers. They did a fantastic job. We're done for the night. Thanks to all the track crew. Thanks to the Overtaking Lane for the fantastic job they done. They've been live streaming all weekend. It's gone all over the world. Guys, have a safe trip home. Hope you had a good time.
Look as far as I can see, but